stones itself. Maybe the forest, the uruweras, own themselves.
The Tijuara Act of 2014 granted the legal rights of a person to the former Tijuara National Park. For the 40,000 Tuhoe, the return of Tijuara was more than just about land having rights. It was central to Tuhoe identity, a key to a sustainable future. The agreement, part of a larger $170 million settlement from the Crown to settle the historic grievances held by the Tuhoe, also included a public apology.
The Crown apologizes for its unjust and excessive behavior and the burden carried by generations of Tuhoe who suffer greatly and who carry the pain of their ancestors. Let these words guide our way to a greenstone door, Tātou Pounamu, which looks back on the past and closes it, which looks forward to the future and opens it.
Under the Tijuara Agreement, the Tuhoe will share management of the lands with the Department of Conservation, but neither will own the land. The land will own itself. The goal is to seek to establish an intergenerational, principle-based system to manage Tijuara, drawn from Maori traditions and a focused responsibility to the land that involves asking what is best for the land rather than a set of regulations.
Well, how can a bunch of humans represent the voice of nature? It's a board that does not represent humans. We have this delightful conversation about things like, oh, well, that stakeholder wants that and that person. Yeah, we don't see humans. No, I am nature. Nature is connected to everything. I have a memory that is timeless. I can't see things in annual plans. For us, what applies here is the 1,000 years of history. We don't live in legislation.
3 years later, in 2017, similar rights were also extended to the Wanganui River. In a landmark decision that made global headlines, the Wanganui River was granted the same rights as a person. This recognition allowed the river to be heard in court. The Wanganui River Claim Settlement, known as the Te Awa Tupui in Maori, describes the Wanganui River as an indivisible and living whole, from the mountains to the sea, incorporating its tributaries and all its physical and metaphysical elements. Appointed with the care of the river are two guardians, one from the government and another from the Wanganui River iwi. The details will be worked out in time, and many in New Zealand and elsewhere in the world are optimistic about the model.
When one looks at it for the first time, it's strange. The idea of a natural resource owning itself. But once you reconcile it with the aspirations of the indigenous people, then there is a way through.
I'm the river and the river is me. You've got to respect the river. You know, she's a beautiful thing. It's our life.
Reconnection with land and nature makes us good people. It can work anywhere that people respect nature.
The rights of nature developments in New Zealand are part of a growing number of nations redefining their relationship with nature. Iceland specified in its 1971 Nature Conservation Act that humans and nature should engage in such a way that life or land be not needlessly wasted, nor sea, fresh water, or air polluted. The High Court of India's Urukoran state ruled that the Ngangotchi and Yamunotri glaciers, as well as lakes and forests in the Himalayan region, have legal rights. The court also ruled the Ganges River sacred to 1 billion Indians, and the Yamuna River have the same legal rights as people. The rivers, both badly polluted, were to be legal and living entities, which advocates hoped would improve efforts to clean up these watersheds. Though in July 2017, India's Supreme Court overturned the Ganges and Yamuna Rivers ruling, it did uphold the ruling on Himalayan glaciers, lakes, and forests.
Creo que en muchos países están habiendo algunas decisiones fantásticas, pero para nosotros que vivimos en zonas urbanas, creo que es muy importante la humildad de reconocernos parte de la naturaleza.
Para la gente de grandes ciudades, el distanciamiento con la naturaleza ha sido muy grande. Muchas veces los niños en las escuelas, en los colegios, no saben de dónde viene el agua que consumen. Entonces, el problema es cómo lograr que todo el mundo lo entienda.
Could the rights of nature take root in a populous, increasingly urbanized nation with the world's largest economy? In 2013, the City Council of Santa Monica, California, with broad public support, voted unanimously to pass a sustainability rights ordinance to help ensure that nature will continue to thrive.
Right now, it's really urgent in cities to really reconsider how we develop. And that doesn't just mean build buildings. How do we, as human beings, evolve and develop? We need healthy relationships with nature. And nature is a community, like the human community. What does that look like in law? That looks like in Santa Monica, the Sustainability Bill of Rights.
Santa Monica is a city of 100,000 people west of Los Angeles on the shores of the Pacific Ocean. It is just one of over 150 communities in the United States to enact a Community Bill of Rights. Santa Monica is a progressive, affluent community with a strong commitment to sustainability. But after hearing about rights of nature movements elsewhere, they wanted to take their efforts a step further.
Santa Monica has been looked at as a national leader in urban sustainability for decades. We were literally the first city with a sustainable city plan in the United States way back in 1994.
By 2010, when the Citizens United decision was advancing great concern about, are we going to have more money going to polluters? What are we going to do in a place like Santa Monica to safeguard what we're already doing? Is our plan enough? And hence, the rights of nature was laid on the table.
In 1994, Santa Monica established a comprehensive sustainability plan. The 2013 Rights of Nature Ordinance stated that natural communities and ecosystems possess fundamental and inalienable rights to exist and flourish. Residents can now bring forward legal action on behalf of nature.
And so really that bold statement on behalf of the city that we all have the right to clean water, we all have the right to clean air, and nature has to have the ability to thrive, and so nature has rights as well. We put all of those principles into the Sustainable Rights Ordinance, and we actually made it enforceable.
And so development here is a really big struggle. And some of the developers are big corporate entities. Their rights to gain profits do not supersede the community's rights, or most important, the rights of nature to thrive. What does that mean? There's a boost with some people's thinking about our planet and our watershed are not about profit making. And we need to not maximize its destruction for profits.
While the new law has been highly popular with residents of Santa Monica, implementation has not been as successful.
The city has struggled with the same thing that Rights of Nature has struggled with throughout the world, which is how do you actually make it enforceable? In the case of Santa Monica, we're also a very built-out city, which is very different from a lot of these areas that have a river system to protect, or a rainforest, or a pine forest. And so the sort of nature that you would really sue over to protect, really it's a very urban environment in which we all live. And really Santa Monica Bay would be the one natural area that exists there. And the Clean Water Act is a pretty darn good tool to use, which is federal law, to make sure that Santa Monica Bay gets cleaned up.
Here in the States, the notion of environmental standing is fairly well established. So you don't need the habitat to have its own sort of legal existence for it to be protected if enough people care. Litigation's expensive, and I think certainly the city can do it on its own nickel, but for private individuals to do it, you have to get a lawyer interested, and the prospect of having to, pay a private counsel a $10,000, $20,000, $50,000 retainer is going to turn off a lot of people.
From the standpoint of actually any citizen using the law to enforce against violation of those rights, that has yet to occur.
Despite the rights of nature not having immediate legal impacts in Santa Monica, supporters believe that the idea can inspire people to rethink their relationship to nature.
You know, could it be made more effective? Absolutely. And I think every community needs to see what's the foothold that they can get and to internalize what are they already working on that could then be uplifted. And if nothing else, the rights of nature allows us to reconceptualize who we are, part of Mother Earth.
I think there's a real big question on the rights of nature, whether these are just of great value from the standpoint of awareness to the public. What's really interesting about the Santa Monica experience is back in the 1990s, our groundwater supply was so polluted that literally 0% of our water, our drinking water, was coming from our local groundwater. But this city boldly went after the polluters to actually clean up the aquifers and provide the public, restore our right to our local water supply to the public. It was extraordinary. And in a lot of ways, it was sort of, you know, the motivation to show that, you know, this right for nature really can exist, and Santa Monica's already fought for it using different methods to make it happen. So that's why this work is so important, to give these sorts of examples of realizing that you can speak up for resources that can't speak up for themselves.
Several hundred miles east of California is the state of Utah, home to world-renowned national parks such as Zion and Arches. A desert state, Utah is facing environmental issues of its own. Great Salt Lake is under pressure from water diversions, an expanding population, and climate change. Stakeholders are exploring whether and how laws might be changed to guarantee a minimum inflow for Great Salt Lake, which currently has no right to water.
Whether you characterize it as a right of nature, or whether a river is entitled to have a water right, or a lake is entitled to have a water right allocated to it, that's a very difficult thing to do in a state like Utah, where the water is already fully appropriated. Convincing our very conservative legislature to do anything that would even be remotely viewed as treading on private property rights is really problematic.
Great Salt Lake is a Utah icon, as famous as the Mormon Tabernacle Choir or its powdery ski slopes.
I still remember the first day I came out here, and I stood there and looked around, and I was just blown away. I couldn't believe that a place like this existed.
The lake is an extraordinary ecosystem, vital for over 5 million migratory birds traveling north and south across the Americas.
And we get anywhere between 30, 50, even heading up towards 100% of North America's populations of some of these bird species.
Great Salt Lake also contributes to Utah's economy through the brine shrimp and minerals industry, as well as through the money spent by bird watchers, hunters, and tourists. All economic and recreational activities are dependent on adequate water levels in the lake. But changing climate and a population expected to double to 6 million by 2060 will create pressure to build more dams and divert more water from streams and rivers, including the Bear River, the lake's major tributary. In short, the future of this unique resource is threatened unless a right to water is established.
The water picture and the Great Salt Lake relationship is a very fragile one. The lake is very dependent upon water. So as the population grows and they consider what their values are, Great Salt Lake oftentimes is left out of that picture.
You've got greater water demand for irrigation, you've got greater water demand for cooling, for electricity. So we've got this squeeze from population growth and climate change. Utah water in general, and Great Salt Lake as well, is kind of trapped in the jaws of this vice that are closing on us.
The lake is at 4193 right now. The historic low is 4191. And so we're within 2 feet of the historic low, where the salinity of the South Arm rises to the point where the brine shrimp industry is impacted, where the harbors are impacted, recreation, birds, That's our biggest challenge, I think, going forward, is keeping water in the lake. Lakes don't do well without water.
The ways in which water has been used in Utah and the laws that govern it originated at a time when perhaps it made sense to incentivize people to use as much water as they could to help provide a strong economic foundation for the more arid states in the American West.
Back then, environmental concerns, preserving water for lakes, wildlife, and recreation, or supplying water to huge cities were not factors in determining water needs. As a result, current Utah water law is based on a belief system that no longer matches today's reality. Agriculture, which consists of about 2% of Utah's total economic output, uses about 80% of Utah's total water, while indoor water use is only about 2% of all water used in the state.
The system as it's currently set up actually works against using water wisely and incentivizes farmers to use as much water as possible, even though they don't actually need that much water. The use it or lose it principle. There's actually plenty of water to expand the population without developing new sources of water. We are not running out of water.
But even though plenty of water is available for Great Salt Lake, because it has no legal rights, the lake cannot purchase or lease water shares.
The law simply does not allow us to set water aside just to sit there in the lake for the values of the lake. The state water laws are such that the water in the lake is considered wasted. We're looking for an opportunity for groups to be able to go out and buy water rights, lease water rights from agriculture in order to keep water flowing to the lake. It's just we don't have a mechanism to do that right now.
One solution would be a viable in-stream flow law, which would allow water rights holders such as farmers to sell, donate, or transfer their water rights to a river or lake, providing a financial incentive. Utah water law does include protections to the environment, stating that a water right can only be granted if by removing the water from a river or stream, the environment will not be affected. While this part of the law has been overlooked in the past, pushing for its enforcement could return water shares to the state, thereby increasing water flows into Great Salt Lake.
The legal tool is there to force them to, but forcing it forces takings, lawsuits, and other things that will simply delay the implementation of any of this for decades while it works through the courts. If it can be done through market-based transfers without violating priorities and without violating property rights, I think we'll find willing sellers who would do a variety of things. The biggest problem with that is the environmental community has trouble competing on the economic basis, and that often leaves the environment on the outs looking in.
Could a rights of nature law help Great Salt Lake? Some think so, but gaining significant public support could take time.
I think the reason we have water concerns for Great Salt Lake is because the Great Salt Lake is an afterthought if it even makes it that far. And if we can build public concern about Great Salt Lake, then that'll build up into political support.
And to me, that's the key, is if this can be couched in terms of we are trying to sustain this resource for the benefit of all of us. And I think today it probably is more feasible than ever before.
Utah isn't unique. Many nations and communities across the globe struggle to provide rights for their ecosystems. Ecuador, despite being the birthplace of the modern Pachamama movement in 2008, has yet to see the law become fully operational.
I think people in Ecuador really like the fact that we have this rights of nature law. I think they're proud that this country was the first one to include that kind of thing in their constitution. But I do believe that there's a big chasm between this law as it's written and the way that it's put into practice. For Ecuador, I think in a big way, it is left quite empty.
In 2011, a section of the Vilcabamba River in Ecuador was damaged by road construction. An American couple who owned property along the river sued and eventually prevailed in court.
If you cut down the width of the river by half, the river current picks up everything that was thrown in and takes it downstream.
Ecuador upheld its rights of nature law, making global headlines and setting a legal precedent for the application of the rights of nature. However, enforcement of the ruling has proven difficult. Very little has actually been done to restore the damaged section of the Vilcabamba River. In other places in Ecuador, the law seems to have no force, as mining activities continue with no plans for the mitigation of environmental damage.
El Ecuador, a pesar de ser el país que reconoce derechos de la naturaleza, permite que entre la minería a gran escala. En este mismo periodo, nosotros incluso hicimos un juicio contra la empresa Ecocorriente, que es la empresa que tiene el primer contrato en Cóndor Minador para el tema de minería a gran escala. Entonces, había muchos casos que eran evidentes, el tema de la minería era evidente para un país que nunca ha tenido minería a gran escala, que de repente lo tenga teniendo derechos de la naturaleza.
Por ejemplo, en la Constitución se sostiene la defensa de las fuentes de agua y de los cauces de agua. Sin embargo, de aquello, en este momento la ley de minería dice que a las mineras se les tiene que garantizar todos los servicios, incluyendo los servicios hídricos, lo cual significa que la minera sí puede afectar los cauces y las nacientes de agua. Estas contradicciones gubernamentales tienen, de hecho, una serie de condicionantes muy difíciles para que los derechos de la naturaleza se apliquen.
Primero, hay gente que nunca va a aceptar que la naturaleza tenga derechos. Ya en la práctica tenemos serias dificultades, porque para los abogados y abogadas, para los jueces y juezas, es difícil dar ese paso, ¿ya? Entonces muchos no entienden que ni siquiera se requiere un marco jurídico, leyes predeterminadas para poner en vigencia los derechos de la naturaleza, porque la Constitución abre la puerta para aplicarlos sin ley alguna. Es más, yo tengo mucho recelo de que se quiera establecer una ley que norme los derechos de la naturaleza, cuando los derechos de la naturaleza deberían permear todas las leyes.
Ecuador's world-famous Galapagos Islands lie 1,000 kilometers from the mainland. This unusual archipelago, where Charles Darwin did much of his pioneering work on natural selection, is home to a rich array of wildlife, including species found nowhere else on Earth. The islands, with their white sand beaches, animals, and tropical vegetation, are increasingly popular with tourists. In 2018, the island saw over 225,000 visitors, nearly 20 times the level from the 1960s. The population of the Galapagos has also increased from about 1,000 in the 1950s to over 30,000 people today. This human tide has created significant conservation challenges, with a greater need for freshwater supplies, electrical generation, and waste disposal. Increased construction, including that of illegal hotels and houses, pose even more challenges. Invasive plant and animal species are also threatening the Galapagos' unique biodiversity. 20 endemic species are now critically endangered.
La naturaleza que está sufriendo hoy en día por nuestra culpa, directa o indirecta.
In 1998, a special regime for the Galapagos Islands was established to help manage tourism, and a new law was designed to restrict migration to the islands. But these efforts only brought marginal improvements. A subsequent study recommended a cap on visitors, but the report was set aside, and its recommendations not implemented.
Basically, when we talk about rights of nature versus development versus human interest versus economy, all those things, it really boils down to money. It's like, what do we value? Is this worthwhile or is this worthwhile? We have now said economy is everything. And I think we're really moving farther and farther away from any kind of potential to recognize that nature itself has value and should be recognized as having rights to exist.
If tourism and development are detrimental to nature in the Galapagos, could the new rights of nature law be used to limit that development? Perhaps yes, but whether the law will be applied is another question. The money earned by tourism may limit the political will to enforce such a law.
Entonces va a ser un proceso dentro del Ecuador mismo cómo poder implementar aquellos derechos que va a tomar posiblemente décadas.
Es como cuando existía la esclavitud en Estados Unidos, haces todo el tema de abolir la esclavitud y que el esclavo lo pasas de objeto a sujeto de derechos, ya no es legal pegarle, ya no deberías pegarle, porque es un absurdo, entendiste que eso era un absurdo. Hoy por hoy estamos entendiendo que estas leyes que simplemente te maltratan a la naturaleza y la contaminan es un absurdo. Al tratarla como una persona deberías decir, ¿por qué no dejamos de contaminar? ¿No es cierto? Entonces es un cambio muy radical de pensar a la naturaleza como de objeto a sujeto, que tomará tiempo, definitivamente aquí en Ecuador todavía no lo hemos podido implementar al 100%, tomará un poco de tiempo, pero para nosotros es como una de las únicas soluciones de entender cómo lograr de nuevo este equilibrio con la naturaleza, de entenderla como una persona.
So what does the future hold for the rights of nature? Changes in the legal system are a reflection of social changes, which typically take time to take root and grow. The Rights of Nature movement reflects a new way of thinking about the human relationship with nature, and with patience and perseverance, change can happen.
Si queremos pensar en cuál es el significado del reconocimiento de los derechos de la naturaleza, a mí me gusta pensarlo como una oportunidad, es decir, una oportunidad para empezar a generarnos preguntas que por ahí se pensaban que ya estaban respondidas en cierto sentido, empezar a ver en el reconocimiento de los derechos de la naturaleza una puerta abierta para empezar a mostrar la diversidad de formas de trabajar con la cuestión ecológica que existen alrededor del mundo y que muchas veces han sido opacadas.
Creo que fundamentalmente es reconocer a la naturaleza como nuestra madre, a todos los seres vivos como nuestros hermanos y reconocer que la sociedad no va a tener una buena salida de futuro si es que rompemos esos lazos de familia con nuestra madre y con nuestros hermanos.
Los derechos de la naturaleza son una oportunidad, yo les vería como una oportunidad para construir otra civilización. Una civilización que vaya superando definitivamente las visiones antropocentristas, que no busque que el ser humano sea el centro y el dominador de toda la naturaleza, sino que todos tengamos la oportunidad, todos los seres vivos, incluyendo los seres humanos, por supuesto, de vivir con dignidad.
Despite challenges, the Rights of Nature movement continues to gain momentum. In New Zealand, following the Wanganui River and Tiuwera settlements, attention turned to Mount Taranaki. In 1865, the New Zealand government took the mountain from the local iwi and gave ownership of it and surrounding lands to European settlers. But the Maori view the snow-capped dormant volcano as an ancestor and seek to care for it in that fashion, not simply as one might care for a piece of property.
If you talk about legal personality, I mean, ultimately someone needs to be the voice. In order to make those decisions, you need a set of values. Now, that's tough, because whose values? You know, if you think about a mountain being your grandparent, it actually just starts with how would you like your grandparent to be treated? And so, you know, you think about that in the context of it becomes quite personal, and you can start thinking about actually what is important.
In 2017, a memorandum of understanding was signed by the Maori and the New Zealand government to give the mountain legal personhood. The Maori hope their story can continue to inspire the world to reconsider our relationship with nature.
I think, you know, we've got an opportunity to demonstrate what can be achieved, because we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to develop a new model which could be a blueprint not only for New Zealand but I think globally, from the perspective of how we care for places, and I think also the relationship that we can have as people.
Today, over 100 nations have some form of legal rights for nature in their constitutions or federal laws. The United Nations has taken up the question of considering a universal declaration for the rights of nature. And though courts in industrialized countries seem less willing to grant nature a legal right as they have in Ecuador or New Zealand, each step provides a model and inspiration for others. They provide a foundation for a more sustainable future for humans and the physical world they share.
The reconnection of people with the land has to do with restoring our relationships to each other, regrowing our sense of purpose, our sense of community, and our kindness to each other. We get that because of what we observe about nature. We see the relationships between trees and insects, between mist and land, between rock and mud. And we see how in that extreme diversity, everything works together. Reconnection with land and nature is your sense of security about the future. Our minuscule brain cannot perceive what is the might and sophistication of nature. Yet, without me needing to understand everything, the world exists. The land is not real estate. You own real estate. That there is land and nature, and nobody owns that. This idea of time. My brain can stretch back 30 years. The land's millions. And I get to be connected to that.
Since the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, humans have viewed nature as a resource from which to extract commodities: fish, energy, minerals, timber. Nature is also seen as a place to dispose of waste, often without considering the impacts it may have on the human condition, whose lives depend on a healthy ecosystem. Today, these environmental challenges continue, but a new idea, pulled from ancient indigenous practice, may provide the earth with a rights-based solution.
You are the child, and that land out there, that earth mother of yours, is your parent. No human owns your mother.
Ecuador, a land known across the globe for its untouched ecosystems. Each year, hundreds of thousands of tourists travel to experience the country's rainforests and rivers, as well as the exotic Galapagos Islands. In Ecuador and across much of South America, the idea of Mother Earth, or Pachamama, as it is known in indigenous Andean cultures, has a presence in everyday life. There is no distinction between human and non-human nature.
Para los indígenas, la naturaleza es la madre tierra, la Pachamama. Y eso no representa una suerte de metáfora, es una realidad.
Hay mucho que aprender de las comunidades ancestrales. La confirmación de ciertos elementos de la naturaleza que ya se conocían milenios atrás. Antes que el reconocimiento a la naturaleza, creo que debe haber un reconocimiento profundo hacia las comunidades ancestrales. Y creo que ese es el punto de partida.
It is at this starting point that in 2008, the Constitutional Assembly of Ecuador considered taking a new approach to their political view of nature, as not just a resource, but as a living entity capable of being legally represented.
En el caso de Ecuador, la Constitución del Ecuador ya contenía el reconocimiento al derecho a un ambiente sano en su versión anterior. En el año 2008 se decide avanzar un poco más y se decide este reconocimiento de los derechos de la naturaleza, y allí se articulan tanto las miradas de diferentes pueblos indígenas como también las organizaciones ambientales.
For decades, Ecuador has struggled to protect its natural areas. Mining, oil drilling, even tourism are endangering some of the most biologically diverse places on the planet.
Este es un país que los 10 años pasados ha vivido por unos procesos de conflictividad ecoterritorial muy fuerte, ¿no? Porque al implantar los proyectos mineros o petroleros o agroindustriales, han habido como muchas tensiones por la gente que habita tradicionalmente esos territorios.
Ecuador's Yasuni Biosphere Reserve in the Amazon basin sits on a multi-billion-dollar oil deposit. It also happens to be home to the Guarani indigenous people, numbering less than 3,000, with some clans living an isolated existence.
You know, the whole rights of nature, indigenous rights interface is particularly relevant in a place like eastern Ecuador, where indigenous people are basically living fairly traditional lives in a way that's pretty similar to 1,000 years ago. Their absolute demand is that their resources be held intact. And if they're not, then they themselves disappear. So the human rights and the nature's rights really are one unit.
Más que nada teniendo en consideración que lo que hasta ahora ha ido sucediendo con el derecho ambiental no ha generado resultados sumamente positivos, sino que más bien la crisis ecológica sigue agravándose cada día. Entonces lo que me parece interesante de los derechos de la naturaleza es una gran oportunidad para empezar a pensar que no existe una única forma para tratar de abordar la crisis ecológica.
La naturaleza no es un objeto que se explota y se maltrata, sino que es un sujeto que se cuida y se respeta. Entonces es un cambio muy radical de pensar a la naturaleza como de objeto a sujeto.
The idea of nature itself having rights has existed among indigenous peoples for centuries. In 1949, American conservationist Aldo Leopold echoed the idea in his book, A Sand County Almanac. In it, he proposed a vision for a healthier human relationship with nature, writing that conservation is a state of harmony between men and land. He felt that eliminating the artificial boundary between people and nature would open doors to a new understanding. In 1972, American law professor Christopher D. Stone published Should Trees Have Standing?, which at the time presented the nearly inconceivable idea that rights be given to forests, oceans, and rivers. That same year, Supreme Court Justice and outdoorsman William O. Douglas made headlines when he issued a dissenting opinion based on Stone's article in the 1972 Sierra Club versus Morton case, stating that environmental objects should be able to sue for their own protection. Even though legal systems that govern the Western world are now slowly coming to consider the rights of nature concept, indigenous beliefs came to the table in 2008 during the Ecuador constitutional debate. Here was an opportunity to give nature the same rights held by individuals and corporations.
Política de la República del Ecuador.
Sin lugar a dudas, uno de los temas más interesantes, más anecdóticos también, del debate constituyente en Montecristi en el año 2007-2008 fue la introducción de los derechos de la naturaleza. La naturaleza ya no es más vista simplemente como un objeto a ser apropiado, a ser utilizado, a ser explotado, sino que comienza a ser visto como un sujeto que tiene derechos.
Gracias a todos quienes... Ecuador had already recognized nature's role in good living, known as sumac cauce or buen vivir, but going as far as giving it legal standing was still a stretch for some.
El debate se fue dando en diversas instancias, con diversas intensidades, pero soy franco, no creí que íbamos a caminar tanto en el tema de los derechos de la naturaleza.
Our minuscule brain cannot perceive what is the might and sophistication of nature. Yet, without me needing to understand everything, the world exists. The land is not real estate. You own real estate. That there is land and nature, and nobody owns that. This idea of time. My brain can stretch back 30 years. The land's millions. And I get to be connected to that.
Since the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, humans have viewed nature as a resource from which to extract commodities: fish, energy, minerals, timber. Nature is also seen as a place to dispose of waste, often without considering the impacts it may have on the human condition, whose lives depend on a healthy ecosystem. Today, these environmental challenges continue, but a new idea, pulled from ancient indigenous practice, may provide the earth with a rights-based solution.
You are the child, and that land out there, that earth mother of yours, is your parent. No human owns your mother.
Ecuador, a land known across the globe for its untouched ecosystems. Each year, hundreds of thousands of tourists travel to experience the country's rainforests and rivers, as well as the exotic Galapagos Islands. In Ecuador and across much of South America, the idea of Mother Earth, or Pachamama, as it is known in indigenous Andean cultures, has a presence in everyday life. There is no distinction between human and non-human nature.
Para los indígenas, la naturaleza es la madre tierra, la Pachamama. Y eso no representa una suerte de metáfora, es una realidad.
Hay mucho que aprender de las comunidades ancestrales. La confirmación de ciertos elementos de la naturaleza que ya se conocían milenios atrás. Antes que el reconocimiento a la naturaleza, creo que debe haber un reconocimiento profundo hacia las comunidades ancestrales. Y creo que ese es el punto de partida.
It is at this starting point that in 2008, the Constitutional Assembly of Ecuador considered taking a new approach to their political view of nature, as not just a resource, but as a living entity capable of being legally represented.
En el caso de Ecuador, la Constitución del Ecuador ya contenía el reconocimiento al derecho a un ambiente sano en su versión anterior. En el año 2008 se decide avanzar un poco más y se decide este reconocimiento de los derechos de la naturaleza, y allí se articulan tanto las miradas de diferentes pueblos indígenas como también las organizaciones ambientales.
For decades, Ecuador has struggled to protect its natural areas. Mining, oil drilling, even tourism are endangering some of the most biologically diverse places on the planet.
Este es un país que los 10 años pasados ha vivido por unos procesos de conflictividad ecoterritorial muy fuerte, ¿no? Porque al implantar los proyectos mineros o petroleros o agroindustriales, han habido como muchas tensiones por la gente que habita tradicionalmente esos territorios.
Ecuador's Yasuni Biosphere Reserve in the Amazon basin sits on a multi-billion-dollar oil deposit. It also happens to be home to the Guarani indigenous people, numbering less than 3,000, with some clans living an isolated existence.
You know, the whole rights of nature, indigenous rights interface is particularly relevant in a place like eastern Ecuador, where indigenous people are basically living fairly traditional lives in a way that's pretty similar to 1,000 years ago. Their absolute demand is that their resources be held intact. And if they're not, then they themselves disappear. So the human rights and the nature's rights really are one unit.
Más que nada teniendo en consideración que lo que hasta ahora ha ido sucediendo con el derecho ambiental no ha generado resultados sumamente positivos, sino que más bien la crisis ecológica sigue agravándose cada día. Entonces lo que me parece interesante de los derechos de la naturaleza es una gran oportunidad para empezar a pensar que no existe una única forma para tratar de abordar la crisis ecológica.
La naturaleza no es un objeto que se explota y se maltrata, sino que es un sujeto que se cuida y se respeta. Entonces es un cambio muy radical de pensar a la naturaleza como de objeto a sujeto.
The idea of nature itself having rights has existed among indigenous peoples for centuries. In 1949, American conservationist Aldo Leopold echoed the idea in his book, A Sand County Almanac. In it, he proposed a vision for a healthier human relationship with nature, writing that conservation is a state of harmony between men and land. He felt that eliminating the artificial boundary between people and nature would open doors to a new understanding. In 1972, American law professor Christopher D. Stone published Should Trees Have Standing?, which at the time presented the nearly inconceivable idea that rights be given to forests, oceans, and rivers. That same year, Supreme Court Justice and outdoorsman William O. Douglas made headlines when he issued a dissenting opinion based on Stone's article in the 1972 Sierra Club versus Morton case, stating that environmental objects should be able to sue for their own protection. Even though legal systems that govern the Western world are now slowly coming to consider the rights of nature concept, indigenous beliefs came to the table in 2008 during the Ecuador constitutional debate. Here was an opportunity to give nature the same rights held by individuals and corporations.
क्या आप लोग बायोडाइवर्सिटी के बारे में जानते हैं और वो किससे बनता है? चलिए मैं आपको बताऊं। इस धरती पर रहने वाले, आसमान में उड़ने वाले, समुद्र में तैरने वाले सारे जानवर, पंछी, पेड़, पौधे सब साथ में रहकर इस बायोडाइवर्सिटी को बनाते हैं। और ये बायोडाइवर्सिटी जो धरती का दिल है, आज हमसे कुछ कहना चाहती है। आप लोग सुनोगे? तो सुनो।
खुद जी लो सबको जीने दो, खुद जी लो सबको जीने दो, मेरे लिए जरूरी सब धरती का दिल क्या बोले धक 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 धक। चींटी हो या हाथी हो सब मेरे जीवन साथी हो।
अंबर चिड़िया पानी मछली बातें यही दोहराती हो।
घास फूस या फूल और तितली, जंगल नदियाँ और पर्वत
बोल रहे हैं मिलकर सारे, ओ बोल रहे हैं मिलकर सारे, ये और वो और सब।
धरती का दिल क्या बोले धक 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 धक। पर नन्हे कीड़ों से जंगल बनते।
एक मधुमक्खी गुनगुन करती, मौसम के चक्कर चलते। धक 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 धक।
कुछ कॉरल्स की जंजीरों से महासागर रहे काबू में।
बर्फ कहीं जो पिघले जरा सी, नदियाँ और झरने बहते।
इनसे हम हैं और जहाँ है, हो इनसे हम हैं और जहाँ है, समझेंगे हम कब। धक 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 धक, धरती का दिल क्या बोले। धक 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 धक। ओ खुद जी लो सबको जीने दो, मेरे लिए जरूरी सब। धक 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 धक, धक 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 धक, धक 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 धक, धक 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 धक।
वक्रतुंड वक्रतुंड महाकाय, सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ, निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव, सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा।
Good afternoon and warm welcome to all the dignitaries, delegates and students on third and last day of our virtual conference, Paryavartan version 2.0 for the year 2022. I, Ms. Shushma Kindalkar, is your host for today. Our Earth is beautiful as viewed from the sky. But wait, is Mother about to cry? This blue planet shakes and trembles and sheds its tear as it feels the war and the pain of its tenant fears. The slogan, "Only One Earth," was said by Mr. Dab Halan. It was the slogan for the 1972 Stockholm Conference. 50 years on, this truth still holds on. This planet is our only home. Now I would like to introduce Mr. Yogesh Chandekar. He shall do the recap of day 2. He is a General Manager, Certification, International Certification Services Private Limited. He has done BE in Mechanical, Diploma in Business Management, Advanced Diploma in Industrial Safety. His experience and specialization is into management system certification, third-party inspections, plant safety audits. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Sushma. Good afternoon. On the behalf of Sadgun Sangh Organizing Committee, I welcome distinguished keynote speakers, presenters, delegates from various industries and students for the third day of the Paryavartan, a virtual conclave and explore Only One Earth, organized by S.J. Kataria Foundation along with International Certification Services Private Limited on occasion of World Environment Day 2022. Before starting the day 3-4 with this conclave, let's have a quick recap for the day 2 to gain the momentum to go ahead today. We are sure that a lot of knowledge and information is being shared with all of us every day to take away on protecting the earth. Yesterday, the day 2 was started with keynote address from our keynote speaker, Sri Vijay Devdar, a climate change or mitigation specialist. He enlightened us on the Paris Agreement, perspective and relevance for the industry. He informed us on the international response to climate right from the beginning, that is from 1979 to Paris Agreement. He also informed us the silent features of the Paris Agreement, the goal set to limit global warming to well below to the 2-degree, pursuing efforts to achieve it, and the comparing it to the pre-industrial levels, measures to adopt it, sustainable development focus, and the improvements so far regarding the Paris Agreement. The first speaker for the yesterday was Sri Anup Notial, the founder of Social Development for Communities Foundation, Dehradun. She shared his thoughts on the topic plastic. He related use of plastic with adverse impact on human health and expressed concern about single usage of plastic and the plastic recycling. He also gave simple tips that everyone can do regarding use of plastic in our day-to-day life and protecting our health from ill effects of the plastic. The second speaker was Sri Shashivartan Pandey, a former general manager of Indian Oil Corporation Limited. He shared his thoughts on the topic marine oil spillage response management in India. During his presentation, he enlightened on the major sources of oil spill, consequences of the oil spill, and response to oil spill regarding the oil spills at coastal area. He also informed the National Oil Spill Disaster Contingency Plan, oil spill response equipments and their usage, and oil spill response preparedness by the Indian oil industry as on today. The third speaker was Dr. Sakshi Jain, Executive Officer, Udaipur Industrial Waste Management and Research Center. She shared her thoughts on topic environmental impact assessment and process of environmental clearance. In her presentation, she enlightened us on the objectives and content of the environmental impact assessment. She also explained the project categorization, environmental clearance process, key steps in environmental clearance, its monitoring and validity of the environmental clearance. The fourth speaker was Professor Vijay Page, the founder director, Brahma Research Foundation, Mumbai. He shared his thoughts on topic water resource optimization, writing new approaches to green power and green cover carpeting. During his presentation, he emphasized on necessity of increasing groundwater by using new technologies and integral approach with some examples like developing water bodies while constructing new highways and railways, potential for utilizing the submerged dams areas by installing solar panels for the solar energy. He also informed the possibilities of green power through water hydroelectricity and the green cover on creeks, wetlands, and utilizing chilled water discharge of millions of acres. The panel discussion was followed with eminent speakers to know more from the speakers on their topics, followed by the question answers. With thanking to all speakers for their valuable presentations and also to all delegates for sparing their valuable time, I am now handing over to Sushma for today's further proceedings. Thank you. Over to Sushma.
Thank you, Mr. Yogesh Chandekar, for taking us to the recap of day 2. We can learn a lot from trees. They are always grounded but never stop reaching heavenward. Now, I would like to introduce a little champ, Master Siddharth Kukunuri. He is 11-year-old, studying in Atomic Energy Central School number 4 in class 7. He has won an award for Dr. Homi Bhabha Bal Vaigyanik competition with 2nd position. He has been awarded with a medal certificate and a cash prize of rupees 2,000. We welcome you, dear Siddharth.
Thank you.
Over to you, Siddharth.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to the August gathering. At the outset, I would like to thank Sudesh Sharma uncle and all the organizers for giving me the rare opportunity to participate in this conclave on Only One Earth. Moving on to the next slide. Trees are the roots of the entire ecocycle on the earth. In chapter 15, Shlok 1 of Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna says, Urdhvamulam adhashakham ashwatham prahuravyayam chandamsi yasya parnani yastam veda savedavid. That is, Lord Krishna says that he is the root of the imperishable banyan tree that has its roots upwards and its branches downwards. The leaves are the Vedic hymns. Trees are so important that God personifies himself as its roots. Outside the world's forests, trees thrive across pasture lands, along roads, agricultural landscapes, etc. To achieve not exceeding 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature rise in the pre-industrial levels, trees outside forests will play a major role. Tree outside forests are defined as all trees, big or small, singular or in groups outside the recorded forest areas. In order to meet the fourth commitment made by our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi, that India will reduce the carbon intensity of its economy by less than 45% by 2030, we have to build a big resource of trees outside forests. This can be achieved by individual and collective efforts of one and all, supported by the government policies. Moving on to the next slide. Moving on to the next slide. I have tried to show the efforts made in my colony Anushakti Nagar, which spreads over an area of 5 kilometers square with more than 250 buildings and a population of about 40,000. And the area under the green cover of is the order of 0.5 kilometers square, which is managed by the local authorities. There are more than 10,000 trees in the colony. Madhuban, an urban forest built on the Miyawaki concept, has been developed where there are 52 varieties of herbs, shrubs, and medicinal plants. Vertical gardening concept has also come up. Presently, further massive tree plantation is in progress. These things are easily possible to be done at the community level elsewhere also. Moving on to the next slide. Some minor problems like tilted trees, empty patches of land where further plantation can be done, trees surrounded by cemented roads, which are being addressed, as you can see, as you can see in the next slide. Moving on to the next slide. We can see tree plantation being done at various locations, including small orchards, big trees, etc. Moving on to the next slide. As we can see, in Japan, if a tree is in the way of road building, they bind the roots and move it. The habit of planting, protecting, conserving, and loving trees should be nurtured from childhood. We should work in the direction of less construction activities and more sensible tree management. The survival demands actual jungles more than the concrete jungles we are building now. Moving on to the next slide. Are we progressing or actually regressing is questionable and debatable. I would like to conclude my talk with a quote by Neil deGrasse Tyson. If we have the power to turn another planet into Earth, then we have the power to turn Earth back into Earth. Next slide, please. At last, I would like to end with the Shanti Mantra. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kaschid Dukha Bhavet. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you.
A loud applause to the youngest person for speaking at Paryavartan. Thank you, my child, for a lovely way to talk on trees around us. Please accept the token of appreciation.
Thank you, ma'am.
The more clearly we can focus our attention on the wonders and realities of the universe about us, the less taste we shall have for destruction. Let me introduce to our first technical speaker, Mr. S. Sitaras. He is a Chief Business Development Officer, Din Dayal Port Authority. MBA in Marketing, Postgraduate and Administration. Experience is into 3 decades in various capacities starting from sales, supervisor, senior sales officer, general manager in the rank of chief engineer, vice president marketing and CRM, and chief executive officer at different organizations. Also a visiting faculty at various institutes. We welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon to everybody. And thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. First, I would like to start with, let me set it. Is okay? Can you hear me out fine, no?
Yes, sir.
Actually, the topics which have been endorsed to me is about the Make in India, actually. Before that, a good afternoon to everyone for this opportunity. And Make in India, I would say, is a kind of initiative which I'll be dwelling on detail for just few minutes from now. So I just start with my input about, it's like what I call it I'm neither a environmentalist nor a scientist, but I'm a simple salesman which have been grown through the ages. So they call it earlier days, are you a rightist or leftist? I am just simply the typist kind of thing. Okay, so basically it's a marketing which I do for my living as a salesperson. Okay, and that's of course the most important part of marketing. Of course, has gone since it is in my vein. So I think I should put some of the points of marketing, which is very essential part of the existence. The marketing is all about consumerization and consumer understanding the mind, body, and soul of the consumer. That is the marketing. And marketing has got evolved a long way in terms, initially it was a consumer insight, then it was a consumer satisfaction, then later on it has evolved into consumer delight. Now, of course, the consumer has gone into is what you call a quantum marketing. The consumer is understanding the real expectations and the delight altogether, because now today, even beyond, beside expected consumer, the material has been delivered to his doorstep. So that is the way it is. So with that note, of course, I just come to my main point. First of all, I would like to heartening to hear that the invitation to address the World Environment Day on only on Earth Day. And I would like to say that predominantly the consequence to the environment is modernization and industrialization. One cannot exist without the other. The environment and economy have a strong alignment in terms of overall economic development and health of the nation and the global in particular. Can we shut the industrialization of pollution-free environment, or vice versa? Would be nothing more than utopian theory. We cannot do simply. Essence is existence, each drawing well jurisdiction of each other, respecting its domain, and reach the consequences out of it actually. So broadly, Make in India, I would put into 8 prime touch points. What I call it is civilization, and followed by the urbanization and industrialization, and then along with that globalization, and globalize along with the liberalization, and industrialization, digitalization, finally the environmentalization. In fact, what we are talking in civilization, if we talk about the industries has actually came into next of the civilized world. In fact, the 2 civilizations we can think about, we know about it, is number one, the Mohenjo-daro Harappa civilization and the Egyptian civilization. My point is very simple here. Civilization not essentially means as the industrialization. In fact, because a lot of process, the historical challenges they faced into. Otherwise, Egypt was the best industrial city in the world. And coming to the next, where the civilization, one thing what came into the urbanization. So urbanization, in fact, took over the globe in terms of connectivity, what we call a multimodal connectivity, the air, the water, and the roads, rails all together, coming together. That's what the urbanization is, all the good roads, in fact, especially. And the urbanization actually took it where urbanization took first in Europe because of the Second World War. And along with the urbanization, industrialization also took it. We know about the Industrial Revolution just before the first, after the First World War, before the Second World War, where the huge industrial development taken place with the London and in the, England, and followed by Germany, France, all they took over, in fact. And next to that, in the other continent which took over the real development of the industrialization, urbanization. I am combining urbanization and industrialization because without industrialization, urbanization, industrialization cannot happen. This is basically a complementary and supplementary, integrated, interwoven with each other. So next is the urbanization. When we talk about the urbanization, then next happen after Europe, the USA, United America of India, where we see a lot of huge branding, something like Honda, in terms of General Motors, Ford, all these things. The Ford was really had a huge bundling job of the entire supply chain, starting from the own steel plant till the time of delivering the commodity, the product to the ultimate consumers all over the globe, in fact. Then with that, of course, then next real industrialization happened in the southeastern countries, that is Japan, South Korea, all these places. So Japan, of course, after Second World War, 1939, they really bid a big competition to the American cars. The large cars were made in Ford and all. Then Japan started making the smaller range of cars, where they economical size in sizes, and they actually economics of the scale and optimum utilization of the mileage, etc. So that is where the Japan came. Japan also had huge, we know also Japan management theory, Japanese management theory, which we followed long back. But Japan had a huge, strong concept of Kaizen, they call it, in fact. That means zero defect and full effect kind of thing, where they never make any defect, because they claim to be the most perfect and zero defect country in the world. Sometimes even IBM also, when given them the order, they told no, we are absolute zero defect country, so we will be delivering 100% of this. So these are things. Then of course after that, Japan, South Korea, and this country, the urbanization and the industrialization took place in China. China has virtually completed all the part of the urbanization. If we go to any part of China, they've done it. And industrialization, all the global best of the companies, in fact, USA, UK, all they started their manufacturing base out in China. Then the last, which is in the last. After this Chinese, in fact, that is in 1919, we as the Indian, we started the liberalization process. That is when they came the Make in India kind of thing. The entire world started looking at it, what exactly, because the floodgate of the opportunities are opened that point of time. So 1990 was the liberation process when we started there. And then we've grown into sizes. We know we become the top of the service sector, where the entire world started looking at it in terms of IT. You can talk about companies, the Infosys, the Tata, the SCL, all these companies went around the globe and proved to the world. Once they say, no, India cannot prove it in service sector, but India proved beyond the point, we are the people who can really do well in terms of IT sectors, in fact. Onset, we are growing in size. So then that's how we proved that for IT. Then, of course, after 1990, it came up to last phase, that is 2014, where we started reinventing the entire process of in terms of globalization process, in terms of industrialization process, where a lot of antiquated laws, about more than 1600 antiquated laws, we have removed them. And we really made what we call it a ease of doing business, where the consumer, where the manufacturers, the investors across the globe, they started looking at it so that they can make a base out of it. Because of huge consumer market, India happens to be the 135 crore people who made a huge dent for the consumers in the entire world globe. All the top of the manufacturers, all the days out came and looked at it and started the process of it. So that is how the industrialization, and the digitalization happened in pan-India, in fact. Then early if you see urban, after industrial, we also see that in that 2014, if we specifically, when we made the ease of doing business, we also started working a lot of other activities, particularly in the case of, you can see port sectors or other industrial sectors. port sector, we came out with what we call it a port-led industrialization, a Sagarmala, because if we see the entire globe across the globe, if we see the entire development has happened next to port. Unlike in India, where the development till post-independence time, the development taking place away from the port. On an average, the study says the 300 kilometers were away from the port sector. So that was costing huge logistic cost, and it was making globally in non-competitive, in fact. So in 2014, we have come out with an initiative called Sagarmala, where the port-led industrialization came into, where we have invited most of all the leading manufacturing investors to come and invest in there. Then in the Sagarmala, we identified about 12 major coastal economic zones, all expanding into sizes of 10,000 acres of land, all the things. But though it has not happened up to the magnitude it should have been happened, but definitely it has really put a trigger for the industrial development sector. Particularly in the JNPT, we have seen the level of enthusiasm and the interest were shown by these leading investors, including the Foxconn once upon a time, who were the biggest plan investors there. They came over. In fact, DP was another the world leader in the port sector. They have made a huge investment in their proving, and the investment were up to the magnitude of billions. And of course, they given the offer up to 5 to 6 times more than the original price. So that shows that how important actually the next to port works out to be. So that is about port. And after the, in fact, if you see in another port also, which currently I am involved with, that DPT, this Deen Dayal port it is, and it happens to be the India's largest port and India's top government-owned port by throughout, and handle almost 127 million tons in 12-month period through March 2022. It is highest ever. It has been handling more than 100 million tons since 2016. And this part of Sagarmala and all these things. And of course, along with that, Sagarmala, so later we have seen the Gati Shakti and all the 17, 18 ministries all come together to launch the Prime Minister aimed at multi-modal connectivity and to make it easier and faster the entire decision process. Some of this, including augmented smart, some of them even for in DPT, we have a place called Smart Industrial Port City. It was originally conceived under the Sagarmala initiative. The Smart Industrial Port City project is spread over a huge of 1,500 acres of land, envisaging development of green and sustainable city, integrated port-led development, etc. And that was another thing which the facility has been provided next to the port actually. So this is the thing which has really happened during this point of time, so which I feel has given a huge kick for the make in India, in fact, actually. So if you see historically, what are we polluting of historically, if you see that make in India, I will take away made in India. What will be I will end stating the key takeaways of opportunities of India. India as a country is 135 crore of population, with 7th largest country in terms of land area. And the country has potential to produce and consume. For carrier production process, major policy support are already in place. One of the biggest industrial development centers having special economic zone, which is basically dedicated to export-oriented production process of domestic and import raw material, etc. Another one also process called bonded manufacturing, where huge investment opportunities is lying out there. Industrial parks, state level and central industry, where the industries are galore. For storage space also, we have created warehousing and original real estate asset class in India. Real estate developer developing organized and specialized storage spaces, and compliance to occupiers' expectations such as I3PL, etc. Cold chain paints is in focus while developing the storage and the storage spaces. Significant part of the storage space is still controlled under the capital layer, which has conversion opportunity only. Another one is scheme of sort of FTWZ, which we did in JNPT, called Free Trade Warehousing Norms, because appropriate marketing and then a lot of interest and investment has been coming out there. So India becoming a hotspot for the global manufacturers in the make in India, electronic component, auto component, pharma, because we also given PLI product linked incentives for the process of manufacturing out here actually. Then government is targeting to create appropriate land bank and huge for the new industry, upcoming industrial industry. Invest in India and Make in India program already in place to attract several foreign investment across the globe, from the globe actually. India coastline, port, railways, infrastructure is part of the global recognition. India is continuously improving its position in the World Bank as we aware of it. In ease of doing me last we remember about 63rd rank. The World Bank has recognized India as one of the top 10 improves for the third consecutive year. Major international players is occupied segment like big companies like the statings, Amazon, Walmart, Alibaba, etc., etc. And major global 3PL players, including that of DHL, FedEx, UPS, Amex, etc. The major global logistic operators are like DP World, APM, Merck, Yashin already they said they're based out here, and major global private equity funds like Blackstone also set out in this particular place here. So these are some of the mag which we have really have achieved out of this Make in India movement. So that is what we are so proud to share with all these points. So this is finally what is there. Finally, we are aware that June is the busy month for in my calendar. On the 5th, the world will come together to celebrate this World Environmental Day, led by UNEP and held annually since 1974. The day has gone to largest global platform for environmental outreach. Millions of people engaged in protecting the planet and the sustainable and harmony with the nature. In the last year, UN General Secretary reminded the world we are at a crossroad with consequential choices before us. It can go either way, break down or break through. So that is the state. All the best for environment really there. And I end with the small one quote, which was one of the favorite for you. That everything is starting with an individual approach, individual intention, because we are being the citizens and the individuals of the country. We have to them. And this is one of the saying which always my favorite, which goes over 5,000 years old. It says very clearly that where there is righteousness in heart, there is beauty in character. Where there is beauty in character, there is harmony in the home. Where there is harmony in the home, there is order in the nation. And where there is order in the nation, there is peace in the world. With that note, thank you once again to all my friends, Mr. Kateri and the team, and of course my honorable friend Om Prakash, who really persuaded me to take these challenges. So I thanks once again Paul and my colleague Sagar, all this who has always been instrumental in taking up such opportunity with you. Thanks once again, and wish you all the best for this event, and hope the next year comes with a lot of environmental consciousness among all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Sitarasu. We are grateful for the time and effort you took to share your thoughts and experiences. Please accept token of appreciation. Aldo Leopold has quoted, "We abuse land because we regard it as a commodity belonging to us." Please let me introduce to our second technical speaker, Mr. Gauri S. Kauta. He is a managing principal at Stratus Environmental Inc. Graduate of Madras University in Civil Engineering, Master of Science degree in Civil and Environmental Engineering from the University of Oklahoma, licensed civil engineer and general contractor in the state of California. More than 30 years of professional experience in the environmental industry, managing and directing environmental programs. Founded the American Petroleum and Convenience Store Association, APCA, along a few leaders in the retail gasoline store industry in 2012. We welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity. Hopefully everybody can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. More importantly, first of all, my name is Gauri Shankar Kauta. When I came to the United States more than 30 years ago, they couldn't say my full name. They were butchering it. So it got shortened to Gauri. It was easier for them to say. So with that, I'm an engineer, right? So I solve problems. In this forum, we're talking a lot about the big picture. How do we protect the Earth? How do we solve the global issues Mother Earth faces? Engineers like me solve problems, whether it is a sewage treatment plant. Under Swachh Bharat program, we have built a lot of toilets around the country, but we have not built treatment plants for the discharge from these toilets. What I'm going to share today is a success story that out of a contamination that happened in Chennai. Next, can I start the PowerPoint or should I ask somebody to solve the next slide? Good. So in 2013, there was a major oil spill from a pipeline in a neighborhood called Thondairpet in Chennai, at the corner of the TH Road and BP Cole Street. As you can see from the images here, people started collecting the oil that was spilled in the ground, and it started reaching people's bore wells in their homes. And they started collecting this oil, and some of these images from the newspapers are shown here. Next slide, please. Early after the spill occurred, local pollution control board and CPCB and Tamil Nadu Pollution Control Board, Central Pollution Control Board were informed. BPCL and other oil companies together retained the services of Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, to initiate evaluate what is the level of contamination there. Based on recommendations by IATM, they issued a tender, and Stratus Environmental won the contract to clean up the contamination in this place. At this point, I would like to thank Mr. Manohar Rao, who was then the general manager of retail section, I believe, operations section and health and safety for BPCL, had the foresight to follow through on and funding a cleanup of contamination, and the right thing to do. And he was the one who encouraged me to present here today too. Next slide, please. So as I was telling, the oil spilled from a pipeline leak into the ground, and it spread into the groundwater, and it got into the bore wells of a lot of people in that neighborhood. Number of residences around Thondairpet were affected by the gasoline flowing into the oil products flowing into their bore wells. So obviously they couldn't drink the water, they couldn't use the water for anything. And so there was a problem that these people couldn't use. And also there was volatilization from the ground into the ambient air. So we had a three-phased approach on how to solve this problem. And as you can see, we had a phase one, understanding the problem. I often tell my staff and everybody, understanding the problem is half the solution, right? So first is, how bad is the contamination? How far has it moved within the soil and groundwater? We need to understand, develop a conceptual model of where the contamination is, and then you can create a system to clean it up moving forward. So one of the things that I found when I started doing this activity was there was no machinery, tools, equipment in India to do the assessment the way I was used to doing them in the United States. We obviously started in India, our offices in India in 2014. And when we were awarded this contract, I found that there was absolutely no tools, know-how, knowledge in India to do this kind of an assessment at all. So we imported a piece of equipment. Next slide, please. And you'll see this equipment over here. We imported a piece of equipment called a hollow stem auger to install bore wells the right way. So the way bore wells are installed in India, next slide, please, is archaic. In my opinion, next slide, I'll come back to this slide, next slide, please. So this is the way the right way to install bore wells in India, anywhere in the world, right? So when this way, you don't carry contamination down when you go down. And there's a lot of shallow contamination because of human activity in the upper 5 feet to 10 feet. And as you drill down into the earth to create bore wells, you don't want to carry this contamination down. So the world has moved on, and India is still not. India is stuck in 1960s and 1970s, where the rest of the world has moved on since then and formed new equipment and tools. And India needs to catch up, and it has not caught up yet. So we imported this particular piece of equipment. Next slide, please. This is a slide showing the current methodology of drilling in India, which is still stuck in the 1960s. Next slide, please. So we assessed by installing bore wells. We installed about 22 bore wells. We assessed how much contamination was there, and we estimated there was about 34,000 kilograms of contamination there. And we submitted a report to all the regulatory agencies. Next slide, please. So once we did the assessment, we developed an understanding of what is happening below the ground surface. And this is a cross-section that was created on what is the geology below the ground surface, where is the sands, where is the clays, what is the relationships between them. And we developed this is called a geological cross-section, and where the monitoring wells are screened. Next slide, please. This will be another cross-section from a different view. Next slide, please. So once we did the drilling and installed the wells, we developed an understanding of how big the contamination was, and this is how much the contamination had spread. If you notice, right below the alphabet A in the middle of the screen was where at the point of discharge of the oil, and it spread quite a bit of distance away from the point of discharge. Next slide, please. This is in the previous slide was the extent of contamination in soil. This is an extent of contamination in groundwater. Next slide, please. So once we figured out how much contamination was there and where this contamination was there, based on the drilling that we did into the ground, we then developed a corrective action plan on how do we correct the problem. So we designed systems, and again, we had to import systems from the United States because this technology or know-how or knowledge or tools and equipment were not available in India. I know this is a Make in India forum, but unfortunately, it has to be pointed out in this arena, India is still 50 to 60 years behind the rest of the world. Next slide, please. This is part of the corrective action plan on how we plan to attack the problem and how we plan to solve the problem. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so this was the construction we did. Again, we tried to do it in a manner that I'm used to doing it in the United States, clean cut the streets with socketing machines, and this is the construction of the piping that we put into for the remediation system. Next slide, please. This is the first system that we installed at the site. This is called a soil vapor extraction system. It's a catalytic oxidizer that will extract oil-based air from the subsurface and burn it and discharge it. The exhaust will be primarily some amount of carbon dioxide and water vapor. Next slide, please. Additional pictures of the inauguration. Here you can see Mr. Manohar Rao and other oil company executives and faculty from IIT Madras. Next slide, please. Again, more pictures of the system that we installed. And this system was started in 2016 May. Next slide, please. So that system that we installed initially was not adequate to remove all the contamination, clean it up. So we imported a second system. This is called a thermal oxidizer with a dual phase extraction pump in it. So again, such equipment and tools are not available in India to this day. And again, we imported another piece of equipment from the United States and imported it and installed it. Next slide, please. This is that system. And this shows the coverage of where the piping network was done and how the second system was installed as well. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. More pictures of the installation of the second system. Next slide, please. So based on over the years, the first system started in 2016, the second system started in 2018. Between the two systems, we removed about 17,000 kilograms of contamination from the ground, from the subsurface. And we also removed an additional 70 kilograms by using absorbent socks and removing the product that was floating in the bore wells. Next slide, please. So one of the requirements that IIT Madras and also the regulatory authorities such as Tamil Nadu Pollution Control Board and Central Pollution Control Board identified was, okay, you are saying you're extracting so much mass from the ground. You initially did an assessment and came up with a certain amount of contamination. Go back and tell us how much is remaining in 2021. So in March, April 2021, we did an assessment. Okay, we did an initial assessment in 2015 and we came up with a certain mass in the ground due to the spill. And in 2021, we went back there 7 years later and say, okay, how much mass remains in the ground? So what we did drilled holes again and did an assessment. And what we learned through that assessment is about only 1,000 kilograms of mass is remaining in the ground from the initial estimate of 34,000 kilograms. That's a huge difference. Nearly 90%, 95% of the mass that was spilled into the ground has been removed. And we're very proud to say that we have been successful in remediating this contamination to a very large degree. The work is still continuing. Next slide, please. And this is showing that where the residual contamination still remains in 2021. Next slide, please. And you can see this is tables to show the reduction in mass and percentage reduction. As you can see, greater than 99, in most locations, more than 95% reduction has been achieved. Next slide, please. This is same, more areas where we found, we compared the initial assessment in 2015 to the assessment in 2021. Next slide, please. So this is the amount of contamination that remains in groundwater. If you remember the initial picture, it is significantly lower from what it was initially. Next slide, please. Both in concentration and in the extent. And this is 2 levels of groundwater that we found over there, 2 water-bearing zones. This is the second water-bearing zone illustration. Next slide, please. So this is a comparison of what we found in 2015 to the left and what we found in 2021 to the right. And you can see that there is a significant reduction in the contamination from the oil spill that happened in 2013 and the reduction in concentrations both in soil and groundwater due to the efforts of remediation that we completed. Next slide, please. This is a table that shows the reduction in concentrations in groundwater. Next slide, please. More a table illustrating. So in summary, so we installed, next slide, please. In summary, we installed a total of 63 bore wells at the site. Free product has been removed. Mass and soil groundwater was initially calculated 34. The mass removed by calculation was 17,000 kilograms by the systems. But as you can see, the mass removed has significantly reduced to 1,000 from 34,000. The residents can start using the water. Although there's still a residual odor, although the contamination levels are below what CPCB and TNPCB guidelines say is for usable groundwater for showering or washing your clothes. Not ready for drinking yet, almost there, but not ready yet for drinking. But it is usable, although there's still a slight odor, and that's why we are still continuing to work to remediate the groundwater at the site. Next slide, please. In closing, what I would like to say is that here is a success story, and clearly this is based on the vision and effort by a few individuals. I would like to also thank Dr. Indumati Nambi at IIT Madras, who was instrumental and a visionary who helped initiate this process, and Mr. Manohar Rao and BPCL, who have funded this cleanup. It takes a few individuals like that that have the vision and wherewithal to initiate a process. And I'm given to understand from the Central Pollution Control Board and IIT Madras and IIT Delhi and a few gentlemen in the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, this is the one and only contamination cleanup project that has been attempted and successfully implemented in India. I think, next slide, please. I'd like to thank everybody for the opportunity for me to present this success story in India. And if there are any questions, I'll be more than glad to answer.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gauri Kauta is now at USA and presenting us from there. Thank you, sir, for removing the valuable time for this event. Thank you for sharing your presentation and sharing your knowledge. Please accept our token of appreciation. True prevention is not waiting for bad things to happen. It's preventing things from happening in the first place. Our third technical speaker for today is Professor Prakash Sahasrabudhe. We welcome you, sir. He is a professor at Vishwa Adhyayan Kendra. Qualification is BE Electronics and Telecommunication, MBA International Aviation. Experience is into, he is a retired from Air India as General Manager Engineering, associated with Vishwa Adhyayan Kendra Akka Center for International Studies for Indian Diaspora Engagement and Bharatiya Shikshan Manch devoted to making India Bharat again. Also worked as a visiting faculty with business schools for the past 8 years. We welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the introduction, and as well, thanks for giving me this opportunity to present my views on the subject. We are all fascinated by the technological advent, and what fantastic work technology is doing to save the environment, to save the probably nature and mankind in two ways. Either by curing what is already damaged or preventing a likely damage. My point is that will be trying to articulate will be, is it high time that we have to look beyond these two approaches? I would like to rely on my is my screen visible? How it is? Let me share the screen. Is my screen?
Yes, sir. We can see your screen.
Yeah. Well, sorry, I've gone far ahead, looks like. Well, so today we will think about, address or ponder over what is the way beyond prevention. Why we are thinking of this? Because we are today talking of dealing our concerns about environment either by treating or remedying what is already damaged, or preventing something which is likely to happen and which we don't want. This approach has inherent problem. Even with preventive approach, though it is said to be better than cure, the specter of a possible disaster still lurks. We are trying to prevent something that is likely to happen. So there is always a possibility which is at the back of our mind. What kind of environmental disasters we are talking of, and what is its nature? It's kind of, I've used some usual expressions. The moment we miss something, the disaster is going to strike us. You lower your guards, I hit, I enter. Many times, the environmental disaster will catch us unaware, which cannot be prevented. The worst of all is this environmental problems have allies within ourselves, which may or may not be recognizable. And that is why I am making a case that we need to go beyond preventive approach. Now, the problem that we all are talking about, worried about, concerned about, the environmental degradation, the climate change, Paryavartan. Where all this begin? Let us go into the genesis of where the problems start. Where did the problem start? I quote from an article that was published in BBC. In next slide, I will have the link as well, which says the capitalism molded the ordinary person into a consumer, thereby unleashing unquenchable thirst for more stuff. This is where the problem began, in my opinion. And what consumerism is represented by? This culture of consumerism is represented by acquisition, have more, and consume more. Why? Because that is the only thing which will give us happiness. So happiness is defined by acquisition and consumption. And all we have been brainwashed, or I will say we have been conditioned to accept this as a principle. What does it stand for? And what are we doing about it? There are global efforts, all-round efforts to foster this consumerism, to proliferate this consumerism where it has not reached so far, sustain it where it has reached. And this culture of binge consumption, they not stopping. We don't know where to stop consuming. This binge consumption continues till date for last about century and a half. Was the world any different before this consumerism was unleashed? Let us look at that. This is a chart from the probably one of the most talked about and celebrated work by Agnes Madison on 2000 years of economic history of the world. I request your attention to this blue line, which was around 1820, and you can see a point of inflection. Something changed drastically around this. The red and orange portions started shrinking. These are the contributions to GDP of India and China. And the other colors that you see below them are the GDP contribution of today's first world countries. And the GDP contribution of India and China started shrinking, and that of US and other first world countries started increasing around that period. What else happened there? Let us see. Deforestation. Terrible deforestation. You will observe till about 1820, 40, 60, deforestation and forestation was very much in balance. Around 1860, we started cutting forest, and you will observe by the beginning of 1900, the pace of deforestation reached threatening levels, peaking around 1980. What this sinister alignment tells us? What happened around middle of 19th century? Consumerism was set in, colonization was set in, deforestation, which is the most visible manifestation of eco-exploitation, was set in, and we also saw industrial revolution. What we call as industrial revolution, to me, is nothing but creating means and technology to exploit the ecosystems and condition the mind of people to make them consumers. That is what, to me, the industrial revolution was all about, and it continues. So it is not a mere coincidence that around middle of 19th century, all this started world over. And we are seeing its results today. What is it like? 80% of world forests have been destroyed or irreparably degraded. Ancient forests are looted every day to support timber and wood product requirement. So irreplaceable rainforests have been converted into products that are used to make toothpaste, chocolate, and animal feeds. We are not damaging the jungles to feed the people. No, it is to feed the insatiable needs of consumerism. Indonesia lost about 72% of its ancient forests. It has received the most dubious award of fastest rate of forest destruction. Indonesia is the world's third largest greenhouse gas emitter after US and China. China and Indonesia are emitting greenhouse gases to feed whose needs? Their own or somebody else's? That needs to be thought of. Let us move forward. And the consumers, the world, the economists, they seem to demonstrate this boiling frog syndrome. What it means is, I am sure most of you have seen it before, know it before. The frog keeps on enjoying the warm water. Once it is put into a cold water and the water is put on the boil, and keeps on adjusting to the increasing temperature. And a point comes where the frog is unable to adjust to the heat. But by then he has lost all his energy and left with nothing to jump out of it when the water really starts boiling. Is there a message for us in this today? And when I say us, I am not talking about India alone. I am talking for the humanity world over. When it comes to environment, when it comes to ecosystems, it cannot be divided into the political boundaries. We have to think globally. And then the concerns, it is just a representative expression by Prince Charles. And he prodded the people to run the global bank that we call our planet. Our planet, he calls it as a bank in a responsible and competent manner. Why it had to be said? Because apparently that was not happening. We are not doing that. Another manifestation of our concerns, and I'm sure we all have seen it before, heard about it, Earth Overshoot Day. For those who are not familiar with this, if at all, it is a date in the year when the humanity's demand for the given year exceeds what Earth can regenerate in that year. Ideally speaking, this overshoot day should not come before 31st of December every year. What happened last year? The overshoot day last year fell on 29th of July, which means The remaining 5 months of 21, we took away from nature what nature could not produce and piled up waste that nature could not treat. We maintain this deficit, this is what I just said, by liquidating our future stocks and accumulating waste. What is going to happen this year? Well, this year, probably tomorrow, it will be declared. Tomorrow is a World Environment Day, and every year World Environment Day tells us what is the overshoot day for that year. Now, what is all this telling us? The overshoot day actually is supposed to give menu of tools to the policymakers, decision makers, how to keep the human economy within Earth's ecological limits. That is what we are supposed to do. Are we doing that? Is it helping? All these tools are being put to use. All these tools effective? Well, my guess is as good as yours. Let us move forward. Who is the culprit? Why is this happening? Then there are usual list of culprits. Let us see. We all have seen it before. We blame the power requirement, we blame the industry, we blame the mobility, buildings, agriculture, forests, and so on for generation of methane and carbon dioxide. Nowhere we see consumption, consumerism, binge consumption as a part of the culprit. Why? Because consumption is linked with development. We all know the Sustainable Development Goals set up by United Nations talk about consumption. How much water per capita consumption, per capita power consumption, per capita food calorie consumption, and so on. It is fair that those who are not consuming as much as they should consume, their consumption increase is certainly well expected. But is that the case to generalize? Let us see. How many earths we need? The theme of the seminar is one earth. How many earths we need? Let us see. Well, here is the moment of truth. If everyone lives like USA, people do, we will need 5 earths. Where are we going to get them from? And the most wonderful part is, all this data is not generated by India. This data is generated by all those countries which are listed here: USA, Australian lifestyle equivalent to 4.5 hours, Russia 3.4, Germany 3, Japan 2.9, Portugal 2.9, France 2.8, Spain, Switzerland 2.8. And the world is chasing this mirage. Third world countries are supposed to live like first world countries, which warrant 3 and more earths. Italy 2.7, UK 2.6, China 2.4. China's case is very interesting. Till about 6 or 7 years back, China lifestyle was equivalent to 1.1 earth. It is 2.4 today. India 0.8, which is supposed to be a third world country. We need to increase our consumption. That's fine. We need to increase our consumption, but all these people who are living lifestyle which warrants 3 and 5 earths, should they continue with their consumption level? If they do so, actually they are increasing. Is it a sustainable proposition at all? Today's world average is 1.7 Earth requirement. And I'm giving every statement that I am making, I am referring to a certain information which is available in public domain. I am not saying something that I have researched or studied. It is simply I am connecting the dots. All this information is available in public domain, supplied by the people who promote consumerism. Let us move. We expect by 2050, the population will reach from today's around 700 billion to 900 plus billion. And that time, by current standards, we will need about 3 planets, which is 1.75 today. What is the way out? We have come out with a new concept, net zero. What it means is remove as many greenhouse gases as you produce, so that everything is under control. Let's see some example. I come from aviation industry. Let me give you aviation industry example. Target of aviation industry is to be net zero by 2050. But by 2050, what is happening? Let's see. Today it is 2 billion passengers. By 2050, aviation is supposed to carry about 10 billion passengers. 5 times. Aviation industry hopefully will become net zero. But what about the secondary impact of 10 billion people moving from home to airport, airport to home, and everything else with that? This binge consumption has to be addressed. And if somebody thinks it is scary, I'm sorry, as business people, we wish, we dream of this. We look forward to this happening. We are working for it, that indeed 10 billion people travel by air in time to come. Pretend disguise as, was it like that? This mindless consumption and perpetual ecosystem. Now, what is the alternative? Alternative is India, where the affluence and development and Mother Nature live together in harmony. How was this possible? We say Mother Nature has no enemies except human beings. So human beings could be destroyer or protector depending upon how you build their mindsets. This is the contrast. What mindset can do is unbelievable. Just an example. How did it happen? Remove happiness doesn't have to be based on consumption. Real happiness should be derived from the happiness of others. And how did India achieve this? This ecosophical mindset. It is by imbibing and imparting eco-friendly values. Here is a shloka from Isha Upanishad, which says everything belongs to the Almighty, and wanting to have it is not correct. Leave it as it is. Another way, Mata Bhumi Putroham Prithivya. This earth is my mother. Are we imbibing these values? Here is another one, Bhut Run. We are indebted to the nature. Are we imbibing these values? And the Shanti Mantra, wanting peace and tranquility everywhere, in Antariksha, in waters, in Agni, everywhere. This is how we impart the values. This is how mindsets are created to start respecting nature, reduce the consumption, take only as much as needed, and find nobler ways to happiness. That is the way, that is what I was referring to. This pollution that we are talking today is pollution of mind and intellect and ego, which differentiate human being from other animals. And we need to correct that to prevent further damage. Well, before I conclude, I would like to suggest that we need to do something. This consumption and possession obsession has to be addressed. And I invoke famous British historian to quote Arnold Toynbee. He says, it is already becoming clear that the chapter which has Western beginning will have to have an Indian ending if it is not to end in the self-destruction of human race. At this supremely dangerous moment in human history, the only way of salvation for the mankind is the Indian way. And that is what I try to briefly bring out, what is the Indian way. And when he says the chapter, he's talking to me the chapter of uncontrolled consumerism. Unless we correct that, we can't get rid of this specter of eco disaster. Thank you very much. I conclude my presentation here. Over to Jarna.
Thank you, Professor Sahasrabuddhe, for sharing your expertise and knowledge on the subject way beyond prevention. Please accept the token of appreciation. Waste disposal is particularly important when it comes to medical supplies because some waste can be contaminated with diseases or dangerous pathogens. All biomedical waste is not disposed in the same way. Our fourth technical speaker for today is Dr. Vijay Bade. He is a medical director, Vignaharta Sai Hospital and Laboratory, Pune. MBBS from Mumbai, AFIH from CLI Mumbai, PGDHM from Mumbai University, Civil Aviation Certification course from Indian Aerospace Medicine Air Force, Bangalore, Norwegian Maritime Authority for Seafarers Medical Checkup, OG for Oil and Gas, United Kingdom. His 15 years of experience in below hospitals: Navi Mumbai Municipal Corporation Hospital, Maharashtra Institute of Medical Education and Research, Pune, Maharashtra Institute of Medical Science and Research, Latur, Vignaharta Sai Hospital and Laboratory, Pune. We welcome you, sir.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for a nice opportunity on this platform. We will discuss today on biomedical waste disposal. This is new topic that after COVID, every industry has their own gloves or masks. Such type of waste is there. Before COVID, also in various industrial occupational healthcare center, they used to have biomedical waste. Just like when there is amputation of the finger or when there is cut injury, needle stick injury is there, then that cotton blood swabs collections are there.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. You can display the screen from your side.
Is it displaying from my side or
no, sir? You need to share the screen.
Okay. 1 second. Are you?
Yes, sir.
Screen is visible. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for interrupting because I myself is observing.
Sir, just make the screen full.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we are running more than 13 occupational healthcare centers in various industries. We used to see, along with running in occupational healthcare center, there is a big challenge of biomedical waste collection and disposal. In that, biomedical waste can be disposed through incineration method, decontamination by heating with steam under pressure with the help of autoclave. Trash chutes must be used for the disposal of biomedical waste. Approximately 75 to 100 biomedical waste is non-hazardous and non and harmless as compared to municipal waste. So in biomedical waste in industry, what it consists of just like before amputated finger, tissue, cut injured swabs. If there is animal research industry, then animal waste generated during research from veterinary hospital, microbiology and biotechnology waste in research center, waste sharp like hypodermic needles, syringes, broken glass, just like Serum Institute, they have hypodermic needles and all, discarded medicines and cytotoxic drugs from pharmaceutical industries, solid soil waste used in occupational healthcare center for dressing, bandaging, plasters, uh, material contaminated with blood, tubes, and catheters, liquid waste from infected areas, incineration, ash, and other chemical waste in chemical industries. What are the 10 categories of biomedical waste? Biomedical waste is categorized in 10 human and anatomical waste, just like in Serum Institute or in stud farms. In animal waste, in research industry, microbiology and biotechnology waste, sharp waste. In pharmaceutical industries, expired medicine and outdated drugs, soil waste, solid waste, and liquid waste. I will. You can take a photo of this slide. Very important slide. We have to categorize that biomedical waste according to bags. If color of bag is yellow, in yellow you have to dispose human tissue, organ, body parts, and fetus. Yellow colored, it is a treatment or disposal of this yellow colored bag is in plasma pyrolysis and deep burial. In red color bag, it is contaminated waste which is recyclable, generated from disposable items such as tubing, syringes, plastic part of syringes. Everyone might be visited to hospital. You can see there is dustbin of these three colors, in which bottles, IV tubes, IV sets, catheters, urine bags, syringe, without needle, but without needle syringe is there. That plastic part of the syringe, vacuum with their needle cut and gloves. It can be disposal by autoclaving or microwaving, hydroclaving, followed by shredding and mutilation or combination of sterilization and shredding. In white bag, what we used to keep: needles, syringes with fixed needles, tip cutter, burner, scalpel, blades, or any other contaminated sharp object that may cause puncture and cut. Simply, white consists of that pinpoint like needles. So it can be disposable by autoclaving by dry heat sterilization, followed by shredding, mutilation, encapsulation in metal container, or cement concrete combination shredding come autoclaving. In blue color is rare in that glassware is there, broken, discarded, contaminated glasses, including medicine vials, ampoules, except those contaminated with cytotoxic waste. It can be disposed to by disinfection by soaking in washed glass water after cleaning with detergent like sodium hypochlorite, and through autoclaving, microwaving or hydroclaving, and then sent for recycling. Segregation. In occupational healthcare center, you should have three dustbin as shown in photo. Red contain hazardable. Segregation refers to basic separation of different categorize of waste generated at source and thereby reducing the risk as well as cost of handling disposal. Segregation is the segregation is the most crucial step in biomedical waste management. Effective segregation is very important. Segregation reduces amount of waste needles, special handling. Effective segregation process prevent the mixture of medical waste like general municipal waste, prevent illegal reuse of certain components of medical waste like needles and other plastics, provide opportunity for recycling certain components. How does segregation help us, help our mother earth? Recycled plastic material can be used for non-food grade applications of general waste. Biodegradable waste can be combined within hospital premises, can be used in gardening purpose. Recycling is a good environmental practice which can be also used as revenue generating activity. Just like that, plastic part of the IV fluid can be it can be reused. Reduce the cost of treatment and disposal. 80% of hospital waste is in general waste which doesn't require treatment provided it is non-contaminated with other infected waste. Proper labeling of the beans. Just like before I have described you color of the beans. The beans and bags should carry biohazard symbol, include nature of waste of the patient and industry. Collection of biomedical waste involves use of different type of containers from various sources of biomedical waste like operation theater, laboratory, ward, kitchen, corridor. The container bin should be placed in such a way that 100% collection is achieved. Sharp must always be kept in puncture-proof container to avoid injuries and infection to healthcare workers handling them. You can keep them in plastic bottles. Once collection occur, then biomedical waste is stored in proper place. Segregated waste of different categories need to be collected in indefinable containers. Transportation of the waste in India, government of India has given contract for transportation to various biomedical waste companies like Pasco. The waste should be transported for treatment either in trolleys or in covered wheelbarrows. Manual loading should be avoided as far as possible. Bags and containers containing biomedical waste should be tied before transportation. Before transportation, the bag containing biomedical waste should be accompanied with a signed document by nurse and doctor mentioning date, shift, quantity, and destination. On every bag there is a sticker in which that biomedical waste from which industry is there, it is mentioned. There is special QR code is there so that it can be scanned. Special vehicle must be used to prevent access to and direct contact with waste by transportation operator. Scavengers and public. Transport containers should be properly enclosed. If effect of traffic accident should be considered in the design. And driver must trained in the procedure he must follow. In case of accidental spillage, it should be possible to wash the interior of the container throughoutly. Per PPE, personal protective safety equipment to those who are collecting the biomedical waste. It mainly consists of gloves, full body aprons, gowns, suits, masks, and boots. Uh, This industrial biomedical waste is collected according to weight in kilogram, and that vehicle collecting biomedical waste used to visit industries per day or uh, per week. They used to collect. Any question? Thank you for attending nice topic, and I am very proud to attend this activity.
Thank you, Dr. Bade, for enlightening us with the way of biomedical waste disposal. Biomedical waste or hospital waste is any kind of waste containing infectious materials. It may also include waste associated with the generation of biomedical waste that visually appears to be. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, I will disconnect. Thank you, ma'am.
Please accept the token of appreciation. So we have one question for you. What message you will give for industries related to health check requirement? Different health checkups to be carried out, right type of industry. Dr. Vijay
Nice
Bade, can you
question.
yes, sir.
Yeah, I am certifying surgeon for industries. We are providing hazardous, non-hazardous medical checkup for various industries. In that, in hazardous, we used to do complete blood count, blood sugar level, urine random, then we used to do audiometry, ear function test, and pulmonary function test. We used to do along with this for comorbid disease. We used to do vision testing. We used to check blood pressure, take occupational healthcare, occupational health checkup. We used to do in hazardous industries. We used to do chest X-rays, blood lead level. We used to do in hazardous industries. We used to give liver function test, kidney function test. We used to do. We used to provide pan India medical checkup for various manufacturing and chemical industries. For telecom industry, just those who are working on height, we used to do some neurological tests for telecom industry, for elevator industries. We used to do neurological testing like Homburg test. We used to do their vestibular testing for audio, their audiometry test. Even for aviation industry, we used to do medical checkup. Uh, we used to do work at height evaluation. There should not be height phobia in aviation industry, and we used to do pulmonary function test, audiometry, and just like all hazardous industry, I have categorized that liver function test, kidney function test, ECG. We used to do, and in shipping industry, we are doing medical checkup for 50 international flags. So in shipping industry, we used to do psychometric analysis, add on this test because they are away from their families more than 6 months. We used to do uh, their psychometric analysis. Along with this, there is another question. Our team used to
Hello.
go along with.
We can discuss the further question in the panel discussion, sir. Thank you, sir.
Biomedical waste. Our team used to do collect needles and bring back to our hospital. We used to dispose all that swabs and needle cutters from our side.
Thank you so much, sir. मैं ईश्वर नो सर मैं ईश्वर को प्रकृति में, जानवरों में, पक्षियों में और पर्यावरण में पा सकता हूँ। मनुष्य अभी भी इस दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा चमत्कार है और इस धरती की सबसे बड़ी समस्या भी। ओम शांति। Let me introduce to our keynote speaker, P.K. Suraj Baiji, and the moderator, P.K. Rupesh Baiji. B.K. Suraj Baiji is a Rajyogi of Brahma Kumari order, born in 1950 in Muzaffarnagar, Uttar Pradesh. At the age of 14, got enlightened and joined the order at the age of 18. At present, He is rendering services as a senior Raj Yogi teacher of spiritual knowledge and Raj Yoga meditation in Mount Abu headquarters. He is in charge of the kitchen department at the international headquarters of the Brahma Kumaris at Mount Abu. He has done extensive researches and experiments on the practical applications of medical in day-to-day life. He has published various books and papers. He is a journalist and writer too. Well reads scriptures, religious texts, and philosophy. Travel extensively across the globe and India. Speaker of daily talk show Samadhan, that is telecast on various national and regional channels, Peace of Mind, ETV UP, ETV Bihar, ETV MP, Dish TV, and Hathway Cable Network. Recipient of Chanakya Award bestowed upon him by the PRCI, that is Public Relations Council of India. Above all, he is one of the enlightened soul who has dedicated his life in the service of God and his children. Please welcome BK Suraj Baiji. While we have BK Suraj Baiji joining, we can have the question which is put in the chat box for Dr. Vijay Bade. The question is for you. While doing the health checkup, what is your opinion about impacts of pollutions to employees' health? Hello, Dr. Vijay Bade. The question is for you. I request you to please take this question. Hello, we can have a short bio break and we'll be back in 2 minutes.
बस ओम शांति।
Om Shanti.
हम सभी को जिस चीज की आज जरूरत है वो है हमारी स्पिरिचुअलिटी, जो भारत की एक बहुत बड़ी संपदा रही है युगों से। इसी के बल से भारत बहुत ही धनवान, साहूकार, संपन्न, जो कुछ किसी देश को चाहिए वो सब यहाँ था। विकास के नाम पर हम स्पिरिचुअलिटी को तो भूल ही गए, लेकिन हमने पोल्यूशन भी बहुत पैदा कर दिए हैं। आप उसको बहुत अच्छी तरह जानते हैं, जिसके दुष्परिणाम हमको दिखाई दे रहे हैं और आगे भी दिखाई देंगे। मैं तो वैज्ञानिकों की बात ही सुनता रहा हूं कभी कभी कि प्रकृति मनुष्य से बहुत कोपित है, रिवेंजफुल हो गई है। रिवेंजफुल का अर्थ हम जानते हैं। वैसे तो प्रकृति में कोई मन में ऐसे भाव नहीं उठेंगे, लेकिन जो रिएक्शन होता है अंदर ही अंदर, वो ही प्रकृति का रिवेंजफुल होना है। सब जानते हैं हमारे भारत की बहुत बड़ी परंपराएं रही थी कि हम अपने स्वार्थ के लिए न तो किसी पे अटैक करते थे, न और कुछ जो ये आज पॉल्यूशन की स्थिति बन गई है न वो था हमारे देश में। फैक्ट्रियां बढ़ी, कार्बन उत्सर्जन हुआ, पेड़ कटे, धुआं फैला, पहाड़ टूटे, बहुत कुछ हुआ जिसकी चर्चा आप लोग करते रहते हैं। मैं तो एक चर्चा पढ़ रहा था अभी अभी के अखबार में, क्योंकि 5 जून को कल ये पर्यावरण दिवस है, तो कल के अखबार में बहुत अच्छी अच्छी बातें छपी थी। मैंने उस पेपर को रख लिया अपने पास। गृहस्थियों के लिए जो 4 पेज छपते हैं, उसमें था कि मधुमक्खियों के बारे में बहुत कम लोग इस बात से परिचित हैं कि अगर मधुमक्खियों का अस्तित्व समाप्त हो गया, जैसा कि होता जा रहा है, तो मानव जीवन 4 साल से ज्यादा नहीं चलेगा। मैं तो बहुत सोचने लगा कैसी वंडरफुल बात। आज फिर मैंने उसको पढ़ा, क्या मुझे सही जानकारी है या कुछ गड़बड़ है मेरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग में। कहा मधुमक्खियों के परांगण से अनेक चीजें उत्पन्न होती हैं जिस पर मनुष्य का जीवन आधारित रहता है। हवा भी दूषित हो गई है और जल का प्रभाव तो हम जहां तहां देखते हैं। हमारे यहाँ माउंट आबू में तो अनेक बीमारियां पानी के कारण पैदा होती हैं। पानी में टेस्ट नहीं, पानी दूषित। मैं भी कहीं गया था गुजरात के एक बहुत सुंदर सिटी में, विद्यानगर उसका नाम है, उसके आसपास के कई जगह में थे हम। पानी जो बोरवेल का था, जब वो हमें दिया गया, हम तो कहते थे भाई मिनरल वाटर ले आना, लेकिन उन्होंने हमें बोरवेल का पानी पिलाया। क्या टेस्टी था वो, पीते ही रह जाए, ज्यादा पी ले। हम सोचते रह गए कि कैसा हो गया है संसार का स्वरूप, कि पानी जो प्रकृति की एक नेचुरल देन है वो भी दूषित हो गया है। अब सबकी समस्या ये होती है कि जिन चीजों के कारण पानी दूषित हो रहा है उनकी जरूरत भी बहुत है मनुष्य को। उसको छोड़ दिया जाए तो फिर तो कुछ रहेगा नहीं। उदाहरण के लिए छोटी सी बात, उसी पेपर में मैं पढ़ रहा था कि टिश्यू पेपर जो आजकल सबकी टेबल पर आ गए हैं, गांव-गांव तक पहुंच गए। उसको बनाने के लिए कितने पेड़ों की बलि चढ़ती है। अब उसकी भी जरूरत है और पेड़ों को बचाना है। कभी ये कल्चर नहीं थी हमारे देश में, अब विदेशों से आ गई तो उसके बिना लोग सोचते हैं काम ही नहीं चलता। रुमाल रखना, नैपकिन रखना लोगों ने छोड़ दिया है। ऐसी बहुत सारी चीजें, हवा प्रदूषित हो गई। हम लोग हंसा करते हैं कभी कभी कि देखो कोरोना काल में ऑक्सीजन की कमी पड़ी, कैसी मारामारी हुई। न्यूज़पेपर्स और टीवी चैनल्स की तो एक मुख्य न्यूज रहती थी वो। लोगों ने, सरकारों ने, प्राइवेट वालों ने भी ऑक्सीजन के प्लांट लगाए, कमी ना पड़े। लेकिन जब से वो लगे हैं, ऑक्सीजन की जरूरत ही नहीं रही। प्रकृति कैसे फ्री में हमें ऑक्सीजन देती आ रही है, इसका एहसास बहुत लोगों को तब हुआ जब ऑक्सीजन की कमी पड़ने लगी। ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर की डिमांड बढ़ गई, लोग परेशान हो उठे। नेचुरल ऑक्सीजन कितना बड़ा देन, कितनी बड़ी देन है प्रकृति की। और जब वो लगे तो उनकी जरूरत नहीं रही। प्रकृति का ये वंडरफुल खेल। जब नहीं थे तो मारामारी हो गई थी। प्रकृति हमें ऑक्सीजन दे रही, हवा दे रही है। गर्मी बढ़ रही है, इस बार तो बहुत बढ़ी, सब जानते हैं। 47, 48 टेम्परेचर बहुत शहरों का पहुंच गया था। ग्लेशियर के पिघलने का खतरा तो है ही, और अगर किसी ने एटम बम का विस्फोट कर दिया तो क्या होगा, हम सब परिचित हैं। ग्लेशियर पिघल जाएंगे, धरती असंतुलित हो जाएगी, इम्बैलेंस हो जाएगा, खेल बिगड़ेगा। कई छोटे देश सागर में समाधि ले लेंगे। तो हम सब इन बातों को बहुत अच्छी तरह जानते हैं। प्रदूषण कितनी बड़ी समस्या बनती जा रही है। देश के नेता, संसार के अनेक नेता कॉन्फ्रेंस करते हैं, लेकिन रिजल्ट क्या होता है वो हम सबको पता है। कोई भी तैयार नहीं होता कटौती करने में। इस सत्य को स्वीकार करना ही पड़ता है कि हमें पॉल्यूशन के साथ ही जीना पड़ेगा। कितनी उससे बीमारियां होती हैं। शहरों में कितनी गर्मी बढ़ गई। स्वच्छ हवा का प्रकोप सा होता जाता है संसार में। रही सही कमी कोरोना ने, मास्क ने पूरी कर दी थी। सब जानते हैं, नाक बंद कर लेने से गंदी हवा ले रहे हैं, छोड़ रहे हैं, ले रहे हैं, छोड़ रहे हैं। डॉक्टर इस बारे में कुछ बोलते नहीं, क्योंकि उन्हें पता है कि इसकी आवश्यकता हो गई थी समय पर। लेकिन नुकसान बहुत हो रहे हैं, जो अंदर ही अंदर समय पर विस्फोटक हो जाएंगे। कहाँ हम सब कहते थे हवा, खुली हवा में सांस लो, भरपूर ऑक्सीजन लो, और कहाँ नाक मुंह सब बंद करा दिए गए। समय की डिमांड, जिम्मेदार पॉल्यूशन। तो हम सभी को स्पिरिचुअल तो होना ही पड़ेगा। मैं एक चीज सभी को पहले भी कही होगी कि ये जो प्रकृति है हमारे चारों ओर, हमसे बाहर हटते ही संपूर्ण प्रकृति है हमारे संरक्षण के लिए, हमारी पालना के लिए। ज्यादा विस्तार की जरूरत नहीं। धरती अन्न दे रही है। मैं तो जनरल चीजें जानता हूं, मैंने कोई रिसर्च उन पर नहीं की, पर मुझे पता है। जन्म किसान परिवार में हुआ, परिवार में अभी भी खेती है। कीटनाशक कितने डालने पड़ रहे हैं। अब विचार करना कैसा विशियस सर्किल बन गया है। कीटनाशक डाले जा रहे हैं, उससे सब्जियां, फल या अन्न, दाल, चावल, गेहूं सबके अंदर उसका कुछ ना कुछ अंश जा ही रहा है। इस बार मैंने अपने घर से पता किया तो गेहूं का दाना वैसा फूला हुआ नहीं मिला जैसा हर साल आता था, पतला रह गया। गन्ने में जो पेस्टिसाइड डाले जाते हैं, किसान जो डालते हैं, बहुत मुश्किल डालने वालों को भी होती है, तेजी से दौड़ के डाल देते हैं, नहीं तो वहीं मर जाएंगे। इन सब चीजों का सूक्ष्म असर हमारी उपज पर हो रहा है। अब ऐसा विशेष सर्किल बन गया है, ना डालें कुछ मिलेगा नहीं, डालें तो बीमारियां मिल रही हैं। ऐसे चक्रव्यूह में मानवता उलझ गई है। न डालें तो किसान भी भूखे रह जाएं, देश भी भूखा रह जाए, डालें तो बीमारियां तेजी से बढ़ती जा रही हैं। तो हम सभी को अब समय लेना चाहिए कि स्पिरिचुअलिटी की संसार को बहुत जरूरत है, नहीं तो ये विकास कहीं हमें विनाश के चक्रव्यूह में न फंसा दे। सब वर्तमान युग जो चलता रहा है उसकी बातें सब जानते हैं। अहम मनुष्य का कैसे सर्वनाश का कारण बन जाता, अहम और क्रोध। झुकने को कोई तैयार नहीं होता, मानवता नष्ट हो जाए, लोग मर जाएं, घर से बेघर हो जाएं, खाने को न मिले, सब कुछ नष्ट हो जाए, संपदा भी उनकी, उनकी फैक्ट्रियां भी, उनके मकान दुकान भी, लेकिन झुकने को कोई तैयार नहीं है। स्पिरिचुअलिटी की बहुत बड़ी कमी। कौन यूज कर रहा है उन्हें इसको भी भूल जाते हैं। स्वार्थ के कारण अपना नहीं दूसरों का भी क्या विनाशकारी स्थिति बन जाती है। तो मैं जो बात आपको कहने जा रहा था, स्पिरिचुअलिटी का असर तो मनुष्य जीवन पर पड़ेगा, उसके मन पर पड़ेगा, बुद्धि पर पड़ेगा, उसके विचारों पर पड़ेगा, और कहीं ना कहीं मनुष्य अपने को मोल्ड करके, अपने को झुका कर, अपने ईगो को नष्ट करके कुछ चीजें समझौता कर लेगा। हमें कुछ चीजें छोड़नी पड़ती है, कुछ मिलती है, ईगो को झुकाना पड़ता है। ठीक है, कहीं कहीं थोड़ा नुकसान होगा, लोग हमें क्या कहेंगे, देखा कमजोर हो गए, पर रोज के प्रैक्टिकल जीवन में भी कहीं ना कहीं झुका के चलना अपनी और दूसरों की शांति के लिए बहुत आवश्यक होता है। प्योर वाइब्रेशंस जो एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है जिसको वैज्ञानिक भी नहीं जानते। मैं हर बार जब भी ऐसी चर्चाएं होती है ये बात सबके ध्यान में दिलाता हूं, हमारे प्योर वाइब्रेशंस प्रकृति की नेचुरल आंतरिक शक्ति है। सब इस बात से बहुत परिचित हैं कि पोल्यूशन की चर्चा तो होती है, हवा बिगड़ गई, जल बिगड़ गया, अन्न बिगड़ गया, इसकी चर्चा तो होती है, पर समाधान क्या? ये बंद कर लो, वो बंद कर लो, जो इम्पॉसिबल है। समाधान है प्योर वाइब्रेशंस। अब भगवान ने स्वयं आकर स्पिरिचुअलिटी का ज्ञान दिया है। लोग सोचते हैं स्पिरिचुअलिटी माना मंदिर में चले जाएं, 1-2 घंटा रोज भक्ति पूजा पाठ कर लें, उसको स्पिरिचुअलिटी नहीं कहते। लाइफ को स्पिरिचुअल बनाना, एक व्यक्ति 2 घंटे रोज पूजा तो करे, मंदिर में तो जा बैठे, लेकिन मन को मंदिर न बनाए, विचारों को शुद्ध न करे, विषय विकारों के वश रहे, तो उसको स्पिरिचुअल नहीं कहा जाएगा। क्रोध बहुत करे, भक्ति भी करे, लेकिन घर में अशांति भी रखे, उसको स्पिरिचुअल नहीं कहा जाएगा। न प्रकृति को सहयोग दे, न अपनों को सहयोग दे। जैसा संसार में देखा जा रहा है, धन ही सब कुछ है, बाकी किसी चीज का कोई महत्व नहीं, न संबंधों का, न स्वीटनेस का, न पोलाइटनेस का, न ह्यूमिलिटी का, किसी का कोई मतलब नहीं। इन सब चीजों ने खेल बिगाड़ दिया है। तो प्रकृति जो दूषित हुई है, इसको हम फिर से आंतरिक शक्ति प्रदान कर सकते, इनर स्ट्रेंथ, वो है हमारे प्योर वाइब्रेशंस। ये स्पिरिचुअलिटी का सबसे पहला कदम होगा। सोचिए आप, जब हम राजयोग मेडिटेशन करते हैं, आप में से कई इस चीज से परिचित हो गए होंगे। जब हम अपने को सुप्रीम बीइंग से जोड़ते हैं, जो ओशन ऑफ प्योरिटी है, तो उसके प्योर वाइब्रेशंस हमें प्राप्त होते हैं, हमसे चारों ओर फैलते हैं, हमसे चारों ओर फैलते हैं। और ये हवा में भी जाते हैं, पानी में भी, धरा में भी, आकाश में भी। अग्नि जो है चारों ओर, उसको भी ये शुद्ध करते हैं। यद्यपि माना ये जाता है अग्नि सबसे ज्यादा शुद्ध चीज है, विशुद्ध है, जो सबको शुद्ध करती है। लेकिन वही अग्नि अगर एटॉमिक अग्नि के रूप में प्रज्वलित हो जाए, तो शुद्ध करने की बजाय वो नष्ट भी करने लगेगी। तो प्रकृति के पांचों तत्व प्योर एनर्जी चाहते हैं। यही उनके प्योरिफिकेशन का मार्ग है। तो सभी भाई बहने जो भी सुन रहे हैं, मैं तो कहूंगा संसार के सभी लोग इस चीज को रियलाइज करें कि मनोविकारों के कारण ही प्रकृति का विध्वंस हुआ है। केवल विध्वंस ही नहीं हुआ, अंडरलाइन करें जो मैं कहने जा रहा हूं, प्रकृति को हमने बहुत कमजोर, बहुत तामसिक, नेगेटिव बना डाला है। इसलिए प्रकृति में रिवेंज की फीलिंग है। जैसे हमारे शास्त्रों में गायन है कि जब धरती पर पाप का बोझ बहुत बढ़ गया, तो धरती माता ब्रह्मा जी के पास पहुंची, पिता में है और पाप का बोझ मैं नहीं सह सकती। अब यही स्थिति है, प्रकृति भी भगवान के पास पहुंच रही है, मेरे लिए कुछ करो, और वो अपना कार्य कर रहे हैं। तो प्रकृति के प्योरिफिकेशन के लिए, उसकी एम्पावरमेंट के लिए हमें इसको प्योर वाइब्रेशंस देने ही हैं। हमारे प्योर वाइब्रेशंस इस सब प्रदूषण को नष्ट करेंगे, बट इट कैन टेक टाइम। दूषित होने में भी समय लगा है, लेकिन उससे बहुत कम समय में हम इसको प्योरीफाई भी कर सकते हैं। तो सभी एक संकल्प कर लिया करें, हमें इस सोल कॉन्शियसनेस को बढ़ाना है कि मैं आत्मा बहुत पवित्र हूं। दो चीजें हैं, एक ये हमारा शरीर, दूसरी इसको चलाने वाली यहाँ अंदर मैं चैतन्य आत्मा, पॉइंट ऑफ एनर्जी, पॉइंट ऑफ प्योर एनर्जी, पॉइंट ऑफ लाइट, प्योर लाइट, ये मैं हूं। हम दो चीजें हैं, एक मैं और एक ये मेरा शरीर। मैं हूं अलौकिक आत्मा, चलाने वाली, कंट्रोल करने वाली। इस चीज को मनुष्य भूलता गया, ये बॉडी कॉन्शियसनेस बढ़ता गया, लोग सोचने लगे मैं यही तो हूं, ये जो दिख रहा है। वैज्ञानिकों ने, मेडिकल साइंटिस्ट ने इसमें और बड़ा काम कर दिया, ब्रेन ही सब कुछ करता है। लेकिन ब्रेन तो एक डेड व्यक्ति के पास भी होता है। क्यों वो डेड हो गया? आत्मा ने उस देह को छोड़ दिया। रिसर्च भी बहुत हुई इस पर, हो रही है, लेकिन हमें बिना रिसर्च के ही जान लेना चाहिए मैं आत्मा हूं। रिसर्च कितने दिनों में हमारे सामने आएगी, तब तक हमारा बॉडी कॉन्शियसनेस बढ़ता जाएगा, दुख शांति बढ़ती जाएगी। संसार में दुख बढ़ रहा है, अशांति बढ़ रही है, उसके वाइब्रेशंस भी तो पोल्यूशन पैदा कर रहे हैं, टेंशन बढ़ रही है। स्ट्रेसफुल लाइफ होती जा रही है, भाईचारा, परस्पर प्रेम, सद्भावनाएं मिटती जा रही हैं। इन सबको पुनः ठीक करना, इसको स्पिरिचुअलिटी कहते हैं। तो पहला अभ्यास हम सबको यही करना होता है, मैं आत्मा परम पवित्र हूं, आई एम सुप्रीमली प्योर सोल। इस सत्य को स्वीकार करना ही पड़ेगा, क्योंकि ये एक स्पिरिचुअल चीज है। जो लोग इस पे काम करते हैं वो बॉडी कॉन्शियस में हैं, वो इस सत्य तक नहीं पहुंच सकते, इसलिए टाइम लग रहा है। हम सभी को स्वयं भगवान ने ज्ञान देकर कहा, यू आर सोल्स, आत्मा हो जाओ, बॉडी कॉन्शियसनेस को भूलते चलो, तुम्हारा चित्त शुद्ध हो जाएगा, निर्मल हो जाएगा, ये मनोविकार छूटते जाएंगे। मैं बहुत ओपनली बोल दूं, मनोविकार क्या है? सेक्स, लस्ट, एंगर, ग्रीड, अटैचमेंट, ईगो, जेलसी, रिवेंजफुल फीलिंग, दूसरों से हेट्रेडफुल फीलिंग, हेटफुल फीलिंग, ये सब मनोविकार हैं। इन्होंने सब कुछ नष्ट किया है। कंपटीशन हो गया, फलाना देश इतना कार्बन उत्सर्जन कर रहा है, हम क्यों पीछे रहें? वो नहीं मानता तो हम क्यों माने? उनके देश का विकास हो रहा, हम क्यों पीछे रह जाएं? बात ठीक भी होती है। लेकिन जब हम स्पिरिचुअल हो जाएंगे तो भरपूर हो जाएगा हमारा देश। भारत की बात मैं शुरू से ही कर रहा था। भारत देवताओं की भूमि है। ये भारत भूमि भगवान की जन्म भूमि और कर्म भूमि है। और जब यहाँ स्पिरिचुअलिटी थी, यहाँ देवी देवताएं थे, तब ये हमारा देश भरपूर था। सुख शांति की सरिता बहती थी, भारत के लिए प्रसिद्ध है। दूध घी की यहाँ नदियां बहती थी, माना बहुत सुख सुविधाएं, धन अथाह, सोने हीरे की तो कोई वैल्यू ही नहीं थी। महाभारत में हम सुनते ही हैं, सोने की द्वारका थी। अर्जुन के मन में लोभ हो गया कि श्री कृष्ण के पास अथाह सोना है, मैं भी जाऊं और ले आऊं। श्री कृष्ण को महसूस हो गया कि कलयुग की शुरुआत हो रही है। मनुष्य का अट्रैक्शन, मनुष्य का मन, उसकी बुद्धि गोल्ड में चली गई है, विदाई ले ली संसार से। तो हम सभी स्पिरिचुअल बने, अपने सांसारिक कार्यों के साथ, अपनी उन्नति के साथ हम स्पिरिचुअलिटी को छोड़े नहीं। नहीं तो क्या हो रहा है, व्यक्तिगत मनुष्य भी उन्नति कर रहा है, उसके बाद धन बढ़ गया, टैलेंट्स बढ़ गए। हमारे देश में भी स्किल्स की, टैलेंट्स की कोई कमी नहीं है। लेकिन आप जानते हैं, नहीं जानते तो सुन लें, सुसाइडल टेंडेंसी बढ़ती जा रही है। डिप्रेशन, एंजाइटी, अनिद्रा और अनेक मानसिक रोग, जिनके अलग अलग नाम दिए हैं डॉक्टर्स ने, वो बढ़ती जा रही है। क्योंकि मेरे पास ये केस आते रहते हैं। डिवोर्स के केसेस बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, स्वार्थ से संपत्ति पर झगड़े बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। तो कहाँ चैन होगी परिवारों को? इन सब से तो बीमारियां बढ़ेंगी और बढ़ती जा रही, हम देख रहे हैं। अब समय की बहुत बड़ी डिमांड है, हम स्पिरिचुअल हो जाएं, अपने को पहचाने, अपने परम पिता को पहचाने। एक मिनट देखें अपने को, विजुअलाइज करें, भ्रकुटियों के मध्य में, यहाँ मैं चमकती आत्मा हूं। आई एम ए प्योर सोल। एक्सेप्ट करें सत्य को। मुझसे चारों ओर प्योर वाइब्रेशंस फैल रहे हैं। आई एम प्योर। ये प्योर वाइब्रेशंस प्रकृति को जा रहे हैं, प्रकृति को शुद्ध कर रहे हैं, प्योरीफाई कर रहे हैं। मैं भगवान की संतान हूं। उसके प्योर वाइब्रेशंस मुझे मिल रहे हैं। फील करें ऊपर से प्योर वाइब्रेशंस मुझ में समा रहे हैं। इस अभ्यास से हमारे विचारों की शुद्धि बढ़ती जाएगी, मनोविकार दूर होते जाएंगे। आप उस एक व्यक्ति की कल्पना करें जिसको बहुत गुस्सा आ गया है। आज वातावरण कैसे दूषित हो जाता है, परिवार या ऑफिस, जहां भी वो व्यक्ति है वहां के वाइब्रेशंस कितने हैवी हो जाते हैं। ये भी तो बहुत बड़ा पोल्यूशन है। सब प्रेशर में आ जाते हैं, भय पैदा हो जाता है। कुछ ऐसे लोग होते हैं जिन्हें कोई कुछ कह भी नहीं सकता। आप घर के मुखिया हैं या अपने ऑफिस के मुखिया हैं, आपको कोई बोलने का साहस नहीं करेगा। लेकिन एक वंडरफुल सा पोल्यूशन चारों ओर, एक घुटन सी चारों ओर हो जाएगी। तो हम सभी को अब स्पिरिचुअलिटी की शरण में जाना ही होगा। समय की डिमांड है। अगर हम न गए तो जबरदस्ती भी हमें स्पिरिचुअल बनना पड़ेगा। कोरोना केस में, कोरोना काल में सबने बहुत अच्छी तरह महसूस कर दिया, कोई और चीज काम नहीं आ रही। अच्छे अच्छे लोगों के घरों में सिलेंडरों की कमी हो गई, अपने प्रियजनों से कोई मिल नहीं पाया, शरीर छूट गया, अंतिम संस्कार नहीं हुए ठीक से, आत्माएं भटक गई। इस बात को बहुत कम लोग जानते हैं। करोड़ों आत्माएं जिनका पुनर्जन्म नहीं हुआ, वो अंतरिक्ष में, स्पेस में भटक रही हैं। उनकी बैड एनर्जी नीचे संसार में फैलती है, जो घरों में वेमनस का माहौल, निगेटिविटी का माहौल बनाती रहती है। बहुत केस बढ़ गई है। कोई माने या ना माने, ये केस तो बढ़ते ही जा रहे हैं संसार में। इसलिए आओ हम सभी स्पिरिचुअल बने। वही हमें बचा सकती है। स्पिरिचुअलिटी, हमारी इनर पावर ही हमारी सेफ्टी का साधन रहेगा। संसार में अनेक कारणों से इम्प्योरिटी बहुत बढ़ गई। हमारा देश काफी सुरक्षित था, इम्प्योरिटी का प्रवाह इतना नहीं होता था। लेकिन सभी ने वेस्टर्न कल्चर शुरू कर दी, ड्रेस भी सबकी बदल गई, खान पान बदल गया, तो व्यवहार बदल गया, दृष्टि बदल गई, कुदृष्टि हो गई जहां तहां। आप सब जानते हैं रेप के केस कितने होते हैं। अगर वो सब प्रकाश में आ जाएं तो लोगों को लगेगा कि मनुष्य मनुष्य रहा भी है या नहीं, या राक्षस बन गया है। इसलिए बहुत सारे केस तो आते ही नहीं। गरीब दलित सब कुछ सहन करके जी रहे हैं। हमें प्योर वाइब्रेशंस फैलाने हैं, हमें पावरफुल वाइब्रेशंस फैलाने हैं। यही अपने जीवन के लिए सुंदर है, हमारे चारों ओर जो प्रकृति है उसके लिए बहुत कल्याणकारी है। अभी मैं चाहूंगा कि हम क्वेश्चंस लें, क्योंकि बहुतों के क्वेश्चन उठते हैं। मैंने कई बार देखा हम ज्यादा टाइम ले लेते हैं, फिर क्वेश्चन आंसर लगातार उठते रहते हैं, उसके लिए समय नहीं बचता। इसलिए अब हम टॉक को यहीं समाप्त करते हैं और आप सभी के क्वेश्चंस का वेलकम है। मैं कोशिश करूंगा थोड़ा थोड़ा सा विस्तार से जवाब देने की। थैंक यू वेरी मच। ओम शांति।
ओम शांति। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया भ्राता जी आपका। आपने हम सबके सम्मुख विश्व पर्यावरण दिवस के निमित्त जो एक सुंदर आयोजन है और हम सब कंसर्न्ड हैं अपने पर्यावरण को लेकर, उस पर आपने सुंदर विचार रखे। आप सभी का दिल से हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन। आज के इस प्रश्नोत्तर सत्र में कुछ प्रश्न भ्राता जी ने जो बातें रखी हैं उसके आधार पे मैं उनके सम्मुख रख रहा हूँ। आप सबके भी मन में कुछ विचार हो, ज़रूर उसे रखिएगा ताकि आज का विषय और भी ज़्यादा स्पष्ट हो। भ्राता जी, जो आपने बात कही उसमें से एक बात ये कि टिश्यू पेपर की बात आपने कही, पेड़ की बात कही, दोनों की ज़रूरत है समय के अनुसार। टिश्यू पेपर भी चाहिए, पेड़ भी चाहिए। आपने कीटनाशक की बात कही, डाल रहे हैं तो भी दिक्कत, ना डालें तो भी दिक्कत। विकास की भी बात कही कि विकास भी हमें चाहिए, लेकिन साथ साथ पर्यावरण भी प्रदूषित होता जा रहा है। हम सब एक बीच के रास्ते की खोज में हैं कि कैसे निदान हो ताकि सभी की जरूरतें भी पूरी हों और पर्यावरण भी सुरक्षित हो। क्या ये संभव है?
सुनने वालों को या जो इस सब्जेक्ट से जुड़े हुए हैं, मैं देखता हूं मुझे भी लोग मिलते रहते हैं, हार मान चुके हैं सभी कि कुछ किया नहीं जा सकता अब। लेकिन असंभव तो कुछ नहीं होता। हम लोगों की ओर से, ब्रह्मा कुमारी की ओर से राजयोग का प्रचार प्रसार भी बहुत होता है। पेड़ों को भी बहुत लगाया जा रहा है, पौधे बहुत लगाए जा रहे हैं। हम लोग भी लक्ष्य रखते हैं लाखों पौधों को लगाया जाए। ये सब कार्य बहुत अच्छी तरह चल रहे हैं, लेकिन इस प्रदूषण के कारण कई पौधे तो नष्ट ही हो जाते हैं। और केवल पौधे लगाने से ही तो काम नहीं चलेगा, उनका संरक्षण, उनकी पालना बच्चों की तरह करनी पड़ेगी। सबको अपने घरों में सुंदर से बगीचे बनाने पड़ेंगे जिनके पास जगह है। बाकी जनसंख्या इतनी बढ़ गई, बड़े शहरों में तो जगह ही नहीं बची है बगीचे आदि की। लेकिन स्पिरिचुअलिटी ही इन सब का मार्ग दिखाएगी। जैसे मैंने उदाहरण दिया युद्ध का, वर्तमान में युद्ध चला बहुत भयानक, यूक्रेन और रशिया का, अब थोड़ा थोड़ा चल रहा है। लेकिन अगर स्पिरिचुअलिटी सबके अंदर आ जाए तो कहीं ना कहीं दोनों समझौता कर लेंगे। इसलिए इन सब से बचाव का साधन केवल स्पिरिचुअलिटी है। मनुष्य को पोलाइट होना पड़ेगा, उसको झुकना पड़ेगा, अपनी इच्छाओं को, अपनी एक्सपेक्टेशंस को कम भी करना पड़ेगा। जैसे मैंने अपोजिट चीजें गिनाई, पेड़ भी ना कटें और टिश्यू पेपर भी बच जाए, मिल जाए। अभी जब टिश्यू पेपर नहीं थे तब भी तो संसार चलता था। भारत में तो इसका प्रचलन 15-20 साल से ही है। जब ये नहीं थे तब भी तो संसार चलता था, लेकिन अब मनुष्य ने उसको अपनी इम्पोर्टेंट डिमांड बना दिया है। उसके बिना काम नहीं चलेगा। कौन रुमाल लेके चलेगा, कौन नैपकिन रखेगा, ओल्ड कल्चर हो गई वो तो ये जो हमारी मान्यताएं हो गई हैं, इनमें भी हमें सुधार लाना पड़ेगा। टोटल आंसर यही है कि स्पिरिचुअलिटी ही मानवता को और प्रकृति को बचाएगी।
आपने अपनी पूरी टॉक में ही स्पिरिचुअलिटी को ही हाईलाइट किया है भ्राता जी। और अलग अलग यदि खंडों की बात करें, विश्व के अलग अलग संप्रदायों की बात करें, अलग अलग मठ की बात करें, अलग अलग लोगों की बात करें, तो सभी की अपनी अपनी मान्यता स्पिरिचुअलिटी को लेकर के अलग अलग है। तो यहाँ आपका स्पिरिचुअलिटी से क्या भाव है जिसको सभी स्वीकार करें? क्योंकि जो बात हम कहेंगे, क्या ये भी संभव है कि सभी उस बात को स्वीकार करें कि हाँ सचमुच आप जो कह रहे हैं वही निदान है?
नहीं, स्वीकार तो नहीं करेंगे। हम जानते हैं अलग अलग मत, अलग अलग धर्म, और अधिकतर लोगों ने तो यही मान लिया है कि पूजा पाठ, भक्ति, अपने तरह की प्रेयर्स वही स्पिरिचुअलिटी है। लेकिन जैसा मैं कह आया हूं, ये सब स्पिरिचुअलिटी नहीं होती जब तक मन को शुद्ध न किया जाए। मैं थोड़े में बताया हूं, सब जगह प्रेयर्स होती हैं, थोड़ा बहुत असर होता है, थोड़े समय के लिए मन शुद्ध होता है, लेकिन फिर मनुष्य उसी ढर्रे पे चलने लगता है। इसलिए स्पिरिचुअलिटी को इस रूप से समझ लिया जाए, स्पिरिट से स्पिरिचुअलिटी शब्द बना है। मैं स्पिरिट हूं, आत्मा, ये शब्द भी देखो निर्माण हुआ है, जिसमें स्पिरिट हो, कुछ एनर्जी हो, वो मैं हूं। और आज हम एक बात बहुत अच्छी तरह देखते हैं कि किसी मनुष्य को कोई भयानक बीमारी लग जाए, वो व्यक्ति अगर बॉडी कॉन्शियसनेस में है तो भयानक बीमारी से कहीं ज्यादा अपने मन को बीमार कर लेगा, निगेटिव कर लेगा, परेशान होने लगेगा, मेरा क्या होगा, मेरे छोटे बच्चे हैं, अब कैसे चलेगा। उसका इफेक्ट फिर बीमारी पर बहुत ज्यादा आता है। इसलिए मैं स्पिरिट हूं, मालिक। हमारे यहाँ स्पिरिचुअलिटी बहुत सिखाई जाती है। मैं आत्मा हूँ, देह की मालिक हूँ, भगवान की संतान हूँ। इन सब से हमारा मनोबल भी बढ़ेगा। हम विभिन्न परिस्थितियों में अपने मन को बैलेंस में रख सकेंगे, एक सुंदर बैलेंस आ जाएगा। और मैं फिर कहूंगा कि अगर मनुष्य के जीवन में स्पिरिचुअल पावर बढ़ जाए तो उसे संसार में कुछ भी अचीव करना कठिन नहीं होगा। वो इस प्रदूषण का भी संरक्षण करेगा, यानी प्योरिटी का, और इससे होने वाले नुकसान में जहां हम योगदान कर सकते हैं उसका योगदान भी हो जाएगा। तो दोनों चीजों का बैलेंस हो जाएगा। अब जैसे पिछली बार भी मैंने अवश्य कहा होगा, सिगरेट पीना, बीड़ी का धुआं करना, शराब पीना, अल्कोहलिक होना, इससे भी तो पोल्यूशन बढ़ता है, लेकिन इस पे किसी का ध्यान ही नहीं है। क्रोध करना, आपस में लड़ाई झगड़ा रखना, एक दूसरे को बुरे वचन बोलना, इगोइस्टिक होना, इससे भी तो पोल्यूशन बढ़ रहा है। आज कितने लोग ड्रिंकिंग इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि चिंताओं के कारण उन्हें नींद नहीं आती है। सोने के लिए बेचारे सोचते हैं ड्रिंक कर लो, सो तो जाओ। अब उनकी बात कहीं ठीक भी लगती है, अगर नींद ही ना की तो सारा खेल बिगड़ जाएगा। तो मैं स्पिरिट हूं, टोटल हम ये कहें, मन को शुद्ध करना, मन के विचारों को पॉजिटिव और महान बनाना। किसी भी संप्रदाय से, किसी भी मत से, किसी भी पंथ से, किसी भी धर्म से जुड़े हैं, यदि आपने अपने विचारों को महान बना लिया, यदि आपने अपने स्वार्थ को छोड़ दिया, यदि आपने सबके लिए संभाव धारण कर लिया, यदि आपकी हिंसक वृत्ति नष्ट हो गई, बाहर की चीजों को नष्ट करना, पेड़ों को काटना, ये तो हिंसा है ही, पर वो वृत्ति तो मन में है ना मनुष्य के, यदि आपने उसको ठीक कर लिया, ये स्पिरिचुअलिटी है।
भ्राता जी, आपकी बातों से पूरा ही एक अलग ही रूप निकल करके आया है। हम अब 3 दिन जो चर्चा हो रही है, हमारे सभी विद्वान वक्तागण अपने सुंदर विचार रख रहे हैं, लेकिन आपने आध्यात्म का जो एक रूप हमारे सामने रखा है और प्रदूषण और पर्यावरण को लेकर के जो बात रखी है, तो ये जो एक बात आप कह रहे हैं कि मन को हम दूषित ना होने दें, मन को शुद्ध रखें और साथ ही साथ श्रेष्ठ विचारों की ओर बढ़ें। और मनोविकारों की भी बात आपने कही। क्या ये कर लिया जाए तो वातावरण पूरी तरह से शुद्ध हो जाएगा और फिर से हम पहली स्थिति में आ सकेंगे?
हाँ, बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन है। लेकिन इसको करने के लिए, अपने को स्पिरिचुअल बनाने के लिए हमें स्वयं को समय भी देना पड़ेगा और स्पिरिचुअलिटी को ठीक ठीक से समझना भी होगा। जैसे मैंने एक उदाहरण दिया सभी को कि आजकल न्यू मैरिज में कितनी समस्याएं हो रही। मेरे पास तो रोज कई लोग आ जाते हैं, शादी की थी बच्ची की, अब ये हो गया वो हो गया, धमकी दे रहे हैं ससुराल वाले, कोर्ट में जा रहे हैं, डिवोर्स की बात हो रही है। कितना मेंटल पोल्यूशन फैलता है समाज में। एक केस थोड़ा ही, लाखों से बढ़कर अब ये केस करोड़ों में पहुंच रहे हैं। तो अगर हम स्पिरिचुअलिटी का अभ्यास करेंगे, मैं फिर से वो बात दोहरा रहा हूं, हम मिलकर चलने की सोचेंगे, हम ईगो लेस होकर चलने की सोचेंगे, हम एक दूसरे को कोऑपरेट करते हुए आगे बढ़ेंगे, हम संबंधों को स्वीट बनाएंगे। बातें बहुत सारी हैं इसमें, कोई झुकता नहीं। व्यक्ति सोचता है मैं झुकूंगा तो मुझे लोग दबाएंगे, जैसा कि हो रहा है। ये बिकॉज ऑफ लैक ऑफ स्पिरिचुअलिटी हो रहा है। इसलिए हमें राजयोग के अभ्यास को बढ़ाना होगा, अपनी दिनचर्या को थोड़ा रीसेट करना होगा, रीमैनेज करना होगा। मनुष्य देर से उठता है, देर तक जगता है। स्टूडेंट को ले लीजिए, वो 2 बजे तक पढ़ते हैं, अब उनकी आवश्यकता है, नेसेसिटी है। सवेरे देर तक सोते हैं, उठते ही ब्रेन पर बुरा असर रहता है। इन सब चीजों को हमें फिर से ठीक करना होगा और समाज में, हमारे अपने देश में एक ऐसी हमें लहर फैलानी होगी जिससे ये चीजें ठीक हो जाएं। हम सोचे सरकार ये सब कुछ कर देगी, सरकार किसी के मन को कैसे ठीक करेगी? ये तो हर एक को खुद करना पड़ेगा। कोई हिंसक हो गया है, ठीक है, सरकार उसे अरेस्ट कर सकती है, दंड दिला सकती है, लेकिन इन चीजों को तो खुद ही ठीक करना पड़ेगा ना। एक को दंड दिलाएंगे 10 पैदा होंगे, तो राक्षसी प्रवृत्ति है। दंड से कुछ हो नहीं रहा, हम देख सकते हैं, पिछले 20 सालों का इतिहास देख लें। न्याय प्रणाली, जेल, पुलिस, जजेज सब अपना अपना काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन क्या हम इस बढ़ते हुए अपराध को, बढ़ती हुई क्रिमिनलिटी को रोक पा रहे हैं? सब कहेंगे नहीं, बढ़ता ही जा रहा है खेल। जैसे शास्त्रों में एक असुर का वध किया जाता था, 10 पैदा हो जाते थे, 1000 पैदा हो जाते थे। कहीं यही स्थिति हमारी तो नहीं हो गई? हमें विचार करना है। तो एक स्पिरिचुअल वेव की संसार को बहुत जरूरत है। हम तो अपनी तरफ से पैदा कर रहे हैं, हम तो बहुत कुछ सिखा रहे हैं, लेकिन सभी जो बुद्धिमान लोग हैं, जो वाइज हमारे लोग हैं समाज में, उनको थोड़ा आगे आना पड़ेगा और अपने अंदर स्पिरिचुअल पावर भर के दूसरों को अच्छी चीजें सिखानी होंगी। अपने घरों से शुरू करना पड़ेगा, एक एग्जाम्पल सेट करना पड़ेगा। भाई, घर में बच्चे की शादी हुई थी, पति पत्नी का झगड़ा होने लगा, छोटी छोटी बातों में मनमुटाव होने लगा, टकराव होने लगा, दोनों में हाईली एजुकेटेड हैं, ईगो बढ़ने लगा। अब घर से शुरू करें, बड़े दोनों में खुद समझौता करें। कोर्ट जाएंगे, 20 साल लगेंगे, 10 साल लगेंगे फैसला होने में, तब तक कितना बुरा हाल होता है मनुष्य का। तो जो वाइज पर्सन्स हैं, उन्हें चाहिए अपने घरों से ऐसा शुरू करें। भारत में जैसे पहले होता था, उस कल्चर को हमें लाना पड़ेगा। समाज के कुछ लोग मिलकर बिना कोर्ट जाए समस्याओं का समाधान करने लगे, लेकिन इसमें उन लोगों को बहुत निस्वार्थ परोपकारी वृत्ति वाला होना पड़ेगा। ये करेंगे तो बहुत चीजें सुधर जाएंगी।
जी जी, आपने आध्यात्म की सुंदर सी बात भ्राता जी हमारे सामने रखी है। और अभी जब आप बातें कह रहे हैं, बिल्कुल ये विचारणीय बातें हैं जिन पर सभी के विचार चल रहे हैं और कुछ प्रश्न भी आ रहे हैं। बस एक बात कह के फिर मैं उनके प्रश्न की ओर बढ़ूंगा भ्राता जी। कई बार आप जैसे कह रहे हैं तो मन में विचार बहुत शुद्ध हो रहे हैं, आध्यात्मिक हो रहे हैं। क्या ऐसे जरिए हैं जिनके द्वारा हमारे विचार ऐसे ही शुद्ध होते चलें, सात्विक बने रहें? क्योंकि जब हम बाहर अपने कार्य क्षेत्र में आते हैं, लोगों के बीच आते हैं, परिस्थितियों से घिरते हैं, कोई सामने वाला हम पे बहुत अटैक कर रहा है, बम्बार्टमेंट कर रहा है, तो हम फिर से वैसे हो जाते हैं, साधारण हो जाते हैं, जिस विकार की आप बात कर रहे हैं उन विकारों के अधीन हो जाते हैं। स्रोत क्या है? कैसे हम सहज आध्यात्मिक बने रहें? क्या किया जाए इसके लिए, क्या अपनाया जाए?
एक बहुत बड़ी दुविधा की बात हुई हमारे इस स्पिरिचुअल देश में भी कि मनुष्य ने अपनी दिनचर्या को बदल दिया आधुनिक फैशन के प्रभाव से। जल्दी सोना, जल्दी उठना, उठते ही कुछ अच्छा अध्ययन करना, उठते ही मंदिरों में जाना। घरों में लोग मंदिर बनाते थे, मैं मंदिरों की बात अब नहीं कर रहा हूं, पर एक हमारी परंपराओं में स्पिरिचुअलिटी समाई हुई थी। अब उठते ही व्हाट्सएप देखते हैं, स्टेटस पे क्या क्या आया वो देखते हैं, फेसबुक पर क्या क्या माल आ रहा है उसको माल समझते हैं, उठते ही और सोने से पहले यही काम करते हैं। ये मनुष्य के जीवन को नष्ट करने वाला एक बहुत ही पॉइजनस तरीका हमारे समाज ने अपना लिया है। हमने हमारी अपनी कल्चर, हमारी अपनी मान्यताओं को आधुनिक पीढ़ी भूलती जाती है। वो सोचते हैं ओल्ड कल्चर, उस पर कुछ होगा नहीं, वर्तमान कल्चर ही श्रेष्ठ कल्चर है। और इसके कारण मुझे जो दिख रहा है, जो हो रहा है, और जो अगले 10 सालों में भयानक रूप लेता दिख रहा है, मानसिक रोग। अब मनुष्य खुद परेशान होगा तो 4 को करेगा ही, वो खुद क्रोधित होगा तो 4 को क्रोध दिलाएगा ही। इसलिए रोज सवेरे उठकर मेडिटेशन करना, रोज सवेरे उठकर अपने अंदर जागृति दिलाना, अपने विचारों को शुद्धि की ओर ले चलना, ये परंपरा फिर से चालू करनी पड़ेगी। तो जो सता रहे हैं, जो बुरा बोल रहे हैं, वो भी करेंगे तो उनमें परिवर्तन आएगा। और ऑफिस में सब रहते हैं, बिजनेस में सब रहते हैं, सब एक दूसरे की आवश्यकता को, उनकी मेंटेलिटी को समझकर अपने को भी चेंज करेंगे, दूसरे को चेंज करने की प्रेरणा भी बनेंगे, दूसरे को सहयोग भी करेंगे। नहीं तो खेल बिगड़ता जा रहा है, कल्चर पॉल्यूटेड होती जा रही है, लेकिन हम सबका कर्तव्य है उसको फिर से ठीक करना। इस तरह से सवेरे उठकर सोने से पहले हम अपने परमपिता से जुड़ें, सुंदर विचार उत्पन्न करें अपने मन में, सुंदर विचारों का स्टोर हमारे पास हो, तो स्थिति बदल जाएगी।
कई बार मन में एक विचार आता है कि मुझ अकेले के कर लेने से सारी दुनिया तो नेगेटिव है, सारी दुनिया ही उल्टा कर रही है, समाज ही ऐसा हो गया है, सिस्टम ही ऐसा हो गया है, मुझ अकेले के करने से क्या कोई परिवर्तन आ पाएगा? ये प्रश्न आता है।
हर अकेला व्यक्ति यही सोच रहा है, लेकिन अकेले अकेले मिलकर तो लाखों हो जाएंगे ना। इसलिए हम अकेले से ही शुरू करें, अपने चारों ओर के लोगों के साथ शुरू करें। अच्छे लोगों को भी लोग पहचानते हैं, अच्छे विचारों को भी लोग स्वीकार कर रहे हैं। इसलिए इस परंपरा की शुरुआत हम करें तो 1 से 2, 2 से 4 कलम लगती जाएगी। मैं इसमें हमेशा कहा करता हूँ, महात्मा गांधी ने भी तो आंदोलन अकेले से ही शुरू किया था, जुड़ते गए लोग, टाइम लगा पर जुड़ते गए। स्वामी विवेकानंद भी तो अकेले थे, स्वामी दयानंद सरस्वती भी तो अकेले थे, उनकी मान्यताओं से लोग जुड़ते गए। अब हम ऐसी परंपरा प्रारंभ करें, एक सुंदर शुरुआत करें, अपने से अकेले ही करें, तो आप देखेंगे 1 के आगे 0 जल्दी लग जाएगी, 10 हो जाएंगे, फिर 0 लगेगी, 100 हो जाएंगे, 1000 होंगे, और परंपराओं को हम बदलने लगेंगे। इसलिए ये सोचना कि मैं अकेला चना क्या भाड़ फोड़ेगा, लेकिन आजकल फोड़ सकता है अकेला चना भी। बहुत वैल्यू है एक एक मनुष्य की संसार में। एक एक व्यक्ति महान बनेगा, महान विचारों का धनी बनेगा तो सब कुछ बदल जाएगा।
बिल्कुल, अच्छाई की शुरुआत हम स्वयं से करें। वो कहते हैं कि मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल, मगर लोग जुड़ते गए और कारवां बनता चला गया, तो कारवां बनता ही चला जाएगा। राधा जी, कुछ प्रश्न आए हैं, वक्त तो थोड़ा है, फिर भी मैं चाहूँगा कि संक्षेप में आप जवाब इनका ज़रूर दें कि क्रोध करने से किस प्रकार पॉल्यूशन होता है। ये एक प्रश्न आया है। आपने कहा कि क्रोध भी करते हैं, मन दूषित है तो वातावरण दूषित होता है, ये कैसे होता है?
देखिए, हमारे जैन संप्रदाय में इसके पीछे बहुत बड़ा काम होता है कि अर्थक्वेक जो संसार में होते हैं उसके पीछे जीव हत्या एक इम्पोर्टेंट कारण होता है, वो क्रोध से आता है। जब नेपाल में बहुत बड़ी त्रासदी हुई थी कुछ साल पहले, तो बहुत सारे विद्वानों ने रिसर्च की थी, क्योंकि वहां भैंसों की बलि दी गई थी एक बड़े मैदान में, उससे धरती कांप उठी थी। क्रोध एक बहुत ही जिम्मेदार फैक्टर है वायलेंस का। और कुछ हमारी मान्यताएं भी गलत हो गई हैं कि बलि चढ़ाने से देवी प्रसन्न हो जाएगी। देवी तो प्रसन्न हो गई होगी या नहीं हुई, लेकिन मनुष्य का विध्वंस प्रकृति ने बहुत कर दिया था। इसलिए ये जो मान्यताएं गलत हैं, इनको भी हमें सुधारना पड़ेगा। और क्रोध जिस पर हम करते हैं, आप अपने घरों में देख लीजिए किस तरह सबके मन अशांत होते हैं। अशांत हुआ व्यक्ति कुछ ना कुछ गड़बड़ जरूर करेगा अपने संगठन में। इसलिए हमें चित्त को शांत रखने पर भी बहुत ध्यान देना चाहिए।
एक प्रश्न है व्रता जी कि भूटान का इन्होंने एग्जाम्पल दिया है कि वो बिल्कुल ही प्रदूषण से मुक्त एक ऐसा देश जो सबके लिए एग्जाम्पल है आज के समय में भी। क्या हम फिर से अपनी पर्यावरण को, जो आज से 100 साल पहले की थी, 150 साल पहले की थी, उस स्थिति को प्राप्त कर सकते हैं? क्या कुछ बुलेट पॉइंट आप इस पे शेयर कर सकते हैं वैचारिक रूप से, अध्यात्म के अलावा?
देखिए, ये तो सरकार और जिम्मेदार लोगों को ही ज्यादा करना होगा, लेकिन मैं एक बात अवश्य जानता हूं, अगर लोग अब न करेंगे तो समय हमें विवश करेगा करने के लिए। इससे पहले कि समय के हम अधीन हो जाएं, अनिच्छा पूर्वक कुछ काम करें, हमें स्वयं ही जो भी पर्यावरणविद हमें सिखाते हैं उन पे गौर करके सरकारों की ओर से भी और समाज की ओर से भी एक लहर पैदा करनी चाहिए, ताकि पेड़ पौधे अधिक लगें, पर्यावरण का संरक्षण हो, सभी लोग मेंटली भी अपने को विशुद्ध करें और फिजिकली भी। तो एक लहर चलेगी। हमारा देश बहुत बड़ा है, भूटान छोटा सा देश है, हमारा देश तो उससे बहुत ज्यादा बड़ा है, फिर भी हम एरिया वाइज भी यदि इस लहर को चलाएंगे तो काफी बल मिल जाएगा।
जी, एक अंतिम प्रश्न है व्रता जी कि स्पिरिचुअलिटी को एजुकेशन सिस्टम में कैसे शामिल किया जा सकता है और इसकी कितनी आवश्यकता आपको महसूस होती है?
आवश्यकता तो अत्यंत है, 100%। क्यों? हमारी एजुकेशन से लोग डिग्री तो ले रहे हैं, पीएचडी भी कर लेते हैं। मेरे पास पीएचडी किए हुए कई लोग आते हैं जिनके दिमाग पर इतना प्रेशर पड़ा पीएचडी करने में कि मानसिक रूप से वो बहुत कमजोर बन गए। उनका चेहरा बताता है इन्होंने बहुत कुछ खो दिया है। लैक ऑफ स्पिरिचुअलिटी इन एजुकेशन, प्रेशर, पढ़ाई का प्रेशर। अब बच्चों को ये मालूम नहीं होता इस प्रेशर को कैसे मैनेज करें। स्पिरिचुअलिटी इनमें बल देगी। स्पिरिचुअलिटी इन द सेंस कि हम अपने मन को स्ट्रॉन्ग बनाएं, अपनी विल पावर को बहुत बढ़ा दें, जिसकी बहुत जरूरत है एजुकेशन के फील्ड में या कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम में। बहुत लोग असफल होते हैं, थोड़ों को ही सफलता मिलती है क्योंकि सीट ही कम होती है। उसमें जीवन में बैलेंस कैसे रखा जाए ये सिखाया जाए तो एजुकेशन के समय बच्चों का ब्रेन ऐसा होता है, उसका माइंड ऐसा होता है कि जो कुछ अच्छी चीजें उसे सिखा दी जाए बहुत बच्चे सीख लेंगे। पर हमारी एजुकेशन के फील्ड में इन चीजों का बहुत अभाव है। लोग पढ़ाई पढ़ाई पे ध्यान दे रहे हैं, नए नए कोर्स निकल रहे हैं। अगर स्पिरिचुअलिटी का एक पीरियड भी एक वीक में कंपलसरी कर दिया जाए और ऐसे स्पिरिचुअल लोग उसमें बच्चों को अच्छी अच्छी बातें सिखाएं, मोरल वैल्यूज, मन की शक्तियों को बढ़ाना, सबकॉन्शियस माइंड का प्रयोग करना, आपस में कैसे हम अच्छे रहे, रिलेशनशिप्स को सुखद बनाना, तो बहुत बच्चे सीख लेंगे। जहां तक मैं लोगों के कांटेक्ट में होता हूँ 50 to 60% बच्चे तो फटाफट सीख लेंगे। इससे उनकी एफिशिएंसी बढ़ेगी, बौद्धिक शक्ति बढ़ेगी, पढ़ाई का प्रेशर घटेगा, उनकी एफिशिएंसी बढ़ेगी तो कम मेहनत से वो ज्यादा डेवलप करेंगे, कंपटीशन में बहुत कॉन्फिडेंटली आगे बढ़ेंगे, निराशा के अंधकार के काले बादल हटने लगेंगे। तब हम एक नए समाज की एजुकेशन में एक नई लहर पैदा कर सकेंगे। तो हमारे स्कूल कॉलेजों से महापुरुष बन के बाहर निकलेंगे बच्चे, वो संसार के लिए एग्जाम्पल बनकर बाहर निकलेंगे, और जब वो किसी बड़े पद पर जाएंगे तो उनकी ये धारणाएं उन्हें संपूर्ण सफलता प्रदान करेगी। तो स्पिरिचुअलिटी को जोड़ना चाहिए, उस तरह के टीचर मिलने चाहिए, और हम लोग तो इसके लिए बहुत बड़ा काम करते ही हैं।
जी जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया ब्रदर जी आपका। मैं समझता हूँ सारे ही प्रश्नों के आपने बहुत ही खूबसूरती से उत्तर दिए हैं और बहुत गहन चिंतन के लिए हम सबको छोड़ा है कि आध्यात्म जिसकी चर्चा हम थोड़ा कम करते हैं, यद्यपि बाहरी तौर पे हम पर्यावरण के लिए बहुत कुछ कर रहे हैं, हम सबको करना भी है। वो कहते हैं कि मैंने एक चिड़िया पाली, एक दिन उड़ गई, एक गिलहरी को पाला, वो भी एक दिन चला गया, लेकिन एक दिन मैंने एक पेड़ लगाया और दोनों ही वापस आ गए। तो सचमुच बाहरी तौर से तो हम सब बहुत ज़्यादा जागरूक हैं, रहना भी चाहिए, लेकिन आंतरिक तौर पर भी जिसकी आज सुंदर चर्चा हुई है आध्यात्म की, हम सब ज़रूर जागरूक हों, इसकी ओर बढ़ें जो हमारी चाहना रही है कि हे ईश्वर हमें अंधकार से प्रकाश की ओर ले चल या मृत्यु से अमरता की ओर ले चल। ये यही आध्यात्म है जो हमें सचमुच अमरता की ओर ले चलेगा और हमारी प्रकृति को भी अमर बना देगा। तो दिल से आप सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, और भ्राता जी आपका भी दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Over to you, sister.
Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.
Sir, I request you to wait for a minute. When the environment of our mind is like a temple, pure and serene, the environment outside will be heaven, pure and green. Let me introduce you to our keynote speaker, B.K. Suraj Baiji, and the moderator, B.K. Rupesh Baiji. Suraj Baiji is a Rajyogi of Brahma Kumari order, born in 1950 in Muzaffarnagar, Uttar Pradesh. At present, he is rendering services as a senior Rajyogi teacher of spiritual knowledge and Raj Yoga meditation in Mount Abu headquarters. He has done extensive research and experiments on the practical applications of meditation in day-to-day life. He is a journalist and writer too, well-read scriptures, religious texts, and philosophy. Travel extensively across the globe and India. Recipient of Chanakya Award bestowed upon him by the PRCI, Public Relations Council of India. Above all, he is one of the enlightened souls who has dedicated his life in the service of God and his children. B.K. Rupesh Baiji. He is a Rajyog Shikshak, Paramhashadatta, anchor motivational speaker. He has completed his graduation in journalism and mass communication. He had a strong interest in spirituality from a very young age. Since childhood, he had a desire to raise the spiritual level and serve the society. At a very young age, he joined a moral and spiritual university in the year 1992, which is named Prajapita Brahma Kumari Ishwarya Vishwa Vidyalaya. He is core group member of SPARK. He is a committee member of Yuva Prabha. He is the anchor of the popular shows Samadhan, Ek Mulaqat, Chulo Asman, Ru Rihan on Peace of Mind and Awakening Challenge. He travels to various places for godly service and takes up workshops, lectures, and seminars for non-BKs. He has served all the states in India and also visited Oman, UAE, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, and Thailand abroad for the services. अपने प्रेरक शब्दों में हमें प्रबुद्ध करने के लिए धन्यवाद बीके सूरज भाई जी. I request you to please accept the token of appreciation. I also request BK Rupesh Bhai ji to please accept the token of appreciation. Om Om Shanti.
Thank you. Thank you.
A good discussion is an exchange of knowledge. We move ahead with our panel discussion. Let me introduce our panel moderator, Mr. Anand Pal Singh. He is a regional manager North for International Certification Services Private Limited. He has done BE in Mechanical, qualified engineer in helicopter airframe and engines for repair and second line maintenance of Aleut aircraft and their associate equipments. Qualified engineers for hydraulic trolley, ground power unit, DG cell. Elementary courses in casualty, firefighting, crash and civil defense from Civil Defense Staff College, Mumbai. Also a lead auditor for ISO 9001, 14001, ISO 45001, ISO 50001, 13485, SA 8000 and ISO 27001. We welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, good evening, Om Shanti. सूरज भाई जी ने काफी गहनता के साथ में बहुत सारी चीजें बताई गई और अगर हम उसको देखें तो कम से कम भी करें तो बहुत कुछ हमें मिल सकता है. इसी के साथ में हमारे दूसरे जो स्पीकर्स हैं उनको मैं शामिल करते हुए कुछ बातें रखेंगे जो डिस्कस अभी तक हुई हैं. सबसे पहले मैं एक क्वेश्चन जो मेरे दिमाग में आ रहा है, बाकी व्यूअर्स पूछ सकते हैं. बायोरेमेडिएशन का एक बहुत बड़ा अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन दिया गया, तो उसके सिलसिले में एक क्वेश्चन है कि ये बायोरेमेडिएशन कितने तरह के होते हैं. हाउ मेनी टाइप्स ऑफ बायोरेमेडिएशंस आर देयर इन दैट, बिकॉज हम कुछ बायोरेमेडिएशन जानते हैं. आई रिक्वेस्ट द अदर मेंबर आल्सो, आई थिंक दे आर देयर और नॉट, आई एम नॉट अवेयर.
Hello, sir. They are there. They are just putting on their video, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. जब तक बात आती है प्रोफेसर प्रकाश से, एक चीज मैं जानना चाहूंगा. उन्होंने बहुत अच्छी बात में बोली, प्रिवेंशन. और आजकल प्रिवेंशन एक ऐसा शब्द हो गया है जिसमें उसको समझाना बड़ा ही मुश्किल है. अभी जितने भी इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड हैं वो सारे प्रिवेंशन के ऊपर बात करते हैं, सभी प्रिवेंशन की ही भाषा बोलते हैं। और आपने भी बहुत खूबसूरती के साथ में प्रिवेंशन के बारे में बताया और बहुत सारी जगह आपने अपने विचार व्यक्त किए। तो उसके अंदर एक चीज मैं जानना चाहूंगा कि आपका जो करंट प्रैक्टिस में हम काम करते हुए कैसे हम प्रिवेंशन को प्रमोट कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि प्रिवेंशन एक ऐसी चीज है जिसको प्रमोट करना बड़ा मुश्किल है। क्योरिंग तो बहुत आसान है।
जी सर, प्रिवेंशन के मतलब मैं तो यह सोचता हूँ कि जितने भी यह प्रस्तुतियां की गई इन 3 दिनों में, उनमें से अधिकांशतः जो है वो प्रिवेंटिव स्वरूप की रही। अर्थात आप एविएशन से हैं, आप प्रिवेंटिव मेंटेनेंस अच्छे से जानते हैं। जो चीज हम नहीं हो ऐसा चाहते हैं, उस प्रकार की स्थितियों को निर्माण करना, उसे हम प्रिवेंटिव कहेंगे। बाढ़ न आए, क्लाइमेट इरेगुलरिटी जो है, या ग्लोबल वार्मिंग न हो, इसके दृष्टि से कुछ काम करना, प्रदूषण कम हो, न हो कि तो आजकल कोई बात करता नहीं, ये कम हो की ही बात करते हैं। तो ये सभी जो अप्रोचेस हैं ये प्रिवेंटिव है, और वो होना भी चाहिए, उसमें कुछ गलत है ऐसा मैं नहीं मानता। क्यूरेटिव भी आवश्यक है, कुछ यदि गड़बड़ हो ही गई है तो उसे ठीक करना भी जरूरी है। कुछ होने की संभावना है तो उन संभावनाओं के लिए कुछ मिटिगेटिंग कदम उठाना ये भी आवश्यक है। परंतु मेरा जो विषय, जो मैं शायद पता नहीं कितने प्रभावी ढंग से रख पाया, कि हमें तो वह काम करना होगा कि प्रिवेंशन की भी जरूरत न पड़े। जब हम प्रिवेंशन की बात करते हैं तो हम ये मान लेते हैं कि ये संभावना है, ये हो सकता है, कोई अवांछनीय संभावनाओं को हम स्वीकार कर लेते हैं।
बिल्कुल।
और आज की स्थिति, जैसे पिछले भी जो भी स्पिरिचुअल जो हमारे सामने बहुत उद्बोधन रखा गया, उसमें भी वही बात हुई कि यह संभव है कि ऐसा कुछ गड़बड़ हो जाए। क्या हम उसके बारे में सोच सकते हैं कि ये संभावनाओं को ही समूल नष्ट किया जाए? यदि संभावनाएं नष्ट हो जाती है तो प्रिवेंटिव मेजर की भी आवश्यकता नहीं है। और वो जो संभावनाओं का निर्माण है, वह अनियंत्रित उपभोग, इसके कारण वो संभावना, विनाश की संभावना निर्माण हो रही है, ऐसा सभी पर्यावरण के विशेषज्ञ कह रहे हैं। कि मैंने जितना भी डाटा यूज किया वो पब्लिक डोमेन का डाटा है, मेरे ओर से मैंने कुछ नहीं किया। जी,
बिल्कुल।
क्या आप कुछ कह रहे थे? जी,
इसमें जो एक हमारे जो यंगेस्ट वक्ता थे,
जी जी,
सिद्धार्थ जी,
जी जी,
मास्टर सिद्धार्थ ने भी इस बात को बड़ी बखूबी के साथ में कहा। और उन्होंने भी ये बताने की कोशिश की कि जो हमारा टीओएफ है वो हमें आगे लेके आना है और उसको हमारा आगे प्रोस्पेक्टिव होना चाहिए।
जी,
उसके
जी।
लिए पॉलिसीज भी हैं, प्रिवेंटिव पहले से लिया हुआ है, लेकिन वो पॉलिसीज फॉलो नहीं होती हैं।
जी हाँ, जी हाँ। जो पॉलिसीज फॉलो नहीं होने का कारण अभी
बिल्कुल।
आचार्य ने भी कहा कि मन का और बुद्धि का प्रदूषण हो जाए तो फिर हम कुछ कर रहे हैं ऐसा बताना ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है कुछ करने के बनिस्बत। क्या हमें पर्यावरण की चिंता है, हमें बताना है। क्या, जैसा मैंने कहा कि आज अमेरिका की जो जीवन शैली है, उसके लिए सभी लोग वैसा जिए तो 5 पृथ्वियों की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी। तो क्या अमेरिका के लोग अपनी जीवन शैली बदलने के लिए तैयार हैं, या और अधिक से अधिक लोग उसी प्रकार की जीवन शैली अपनाने का सपना संजोए हुए हैं? तो हम 5 पृथ्वी आवश्यकता से नीचे आएंगे या ऊपर ही जाएंगे, इसकी हमें चिंता करने की आवश्यकता है, ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
I would like to draw attention of Dr. Vijay. Dr. Vijay, you have given a wonderful presentation about biomedical waste, which is a very much concern today. I would like to know that there are cases where there are small treatment facilities at site, and various small clinics and other, they are not having a facility. Even they are not being asked by the authority and how they should go about their medical waste, because the amount is very less.
Thank you, sir. As per Clinic Establishment Act and Bombay Nursing Home Act, it is mandatory for every clinic for sending biomedical waste, and if that doctor is not submitting his biomedical waste, then FIR used to be there in Maharashtra, and as per my knowledge, all over India, we have so strict rules.
Sir, there is a rule, but it is a lack of awareness or lack of monitoring, because at construction site, where around 1,000 people or 100 people working, if one doctor is appointed there, sometimes with his own attention, he carries that biomedical waste, whatever the bandage, cotton, and various other things, which in case if he is using in the day-to-day activity, or otherwise he throws into the municipal waste. This is what happening generally, which we have seen specifically into the site.
Sir, rupees 25,000 fine is there if anybody is discarding biomedical waste in routine municipal waste. Rupees, and there will be FIR against that doctor or against that staff. Because I am running my own bedded hospital, there used to be van coming from Pune Municipal Corporation, Delhi, to collect biomedical waste. And I am also Indian Medical Association secretary, so we have body of hospital members. So every hospital is disposing their waste.
Right. Kataria sir wanting to have his view, please. Sir, you are mute, sir.
Yeah.
Well, very good morning. I think when we see today's session, it was very good, and it covered horizontally as well as vertically. It covered all the aspects, because one thing on Prakash Saab has given very good data, that is eye opener, and thank you very much for compiling all the data and putting it. Now, if you see the last 3 days, whatever we had discussed and other things, from there, what is take home? That is most important. Now, as far as the risk analysis or prevention is concerned, now if you see now our ISO management standard also, it is going beyond the prevention, beyond the correct prevention. Is calling initially carrying out the risk analysis. And from there, we have all the preventive actions are coming well in advance. Before we start project, start any action, take initiative to control the pollution. So that was important. And another thing, what happened, I feel now, let's get the questions from the audience. I think then we should. So it is important to start our culture, our sanskar, which is important from the childhood. Because I remember when I was child, we had plenty of place available. We were playing also. And I used to also, when there's a monsoon season, the plant grows or a mango grows, we used to take and transplant it and put it there. That was the culture which I had. And today still I continue that one, because that is most important.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's ask the audience. Let's not go on one track on these are not only biomedical, but let's see horizontally and what are the burning issues today industry or citizens are facing, food industries are facing. The laws are there, but who is taking care of the laws, regulations? How much we are taking care? One thing I am very optimistic, like Pareto chart, 20-80%. And if the 20% adopt to new technology, new system, new performance of their machinery, equipment, and focus on environment, apart from only producing. Like Suraj Ji also told, Suraj Bhai ne, कि हमको थोड़ा स्पिरिचुअली जाना चाहिए, बियॉन्ड ओनली प्रोडक्शन. We should have what is our responsibility towards the humanity, towards the mother land, towards our earth, towards our planet.
Absolutely, sir. Mr. S. Rasu has said that yes, definitely it was a very good, you can say, insight of your Make in India process. Sir, could you highlight in the port, Indian port, what are the various environmental factors which are being taken care now as compared to the before? Sir, you are mute, sir.
Yeah. Could you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear.
Port is the sector actually, most of your entire green belt zone which is there lying out there actually. Lot of mangroves are infused, lot of mangroves. If you see other part, because next to sea, it is always infused with the mangroves. In fact, it's always being challenged to any port which has came into, we have about 12 major ports to really address this environmental issue out there. But I think we have done a great job out there, particularly, taking care of green, because if you are removing one particular plant, then we have to replace by at least 2 by it. So particularly I can talk about in Kanla, which is I am now looking after it actually. There are almost about 1 million plants have been implemented, which we call it now as a smart port industrial city, where you find a lot of greeneries across, and we see a lot of, despite of the hot weather condition, I find there is a huge ecological balance has been maintained because of the plantation as such, because government itself is want to have this all done out there, and that port is happens to be central government's main outfit. So port has been taking in terms of greenery there. Besides, of course, as far as industrialization is concerned, we are basically 3 categories, orange, red, and green. So we are ensuring most of these places are basically not red categories, because red category is still infused huge air, water, and drain the pollution. So we are avoiding it. So mostly it is a green and yellow kind of investment we are attracting to it, and that way we are heading.
Very true, sir. And Master Siddharth has really triggered us on a very key factor, that is trees outside forest, which is very common. Like Mansi ji has also put the same thing, that why should we not start a simple initiative of planting a tree? So that is again a very good concept, and even the organized sectors are very well into in this, planting a tree, making them, nurturing them, putting them live, but outside in the private sector and various other things, they used to utilize as maximum as possible. They don't have any norms, not following the norms even, and having more, no landscaping is being there. So that is a concern in that. Sir, Katari sir wanting to say something?
Yeah.
I partially, I think, agree. Should you? Is it a question thrown at me? On me?
Sir, yeah, you can. Sir.
Okay. See, I would not agree totally on it. Partially, it is true. Definitely, government also take care of it. Actually, see, end of the day, entire land use plan got to be approved by development control rule. Comes under development control. If it is Maharashtra Regional Town Planning Act comes into rule actually. Particularly port also comes under that particular direction. Though port has been given an authority now, they have a lot of independence there. But I think in the private sector, irrespective of their value and volume, and whatever they are they have to abide by the basic norms of the environment. I don't think they can really get away with it. Okay, even if they get away for the timing, the alternate, they have to adhere to it, and they have to reconcile with the fact actually. Otherwise, they are always at a peril if they're not really in a position to adhere totally. So it's very difficult to say, very challenging to say they are not accepting the wrong, but definitely they've got to accept the norm, because end of the day now the realization has come, not only outside but even the private sectors also see there are populations are there who are basically in the port itself. And they are also much more conscious about that ecosystem, what they want exactly looking and desiring to it actually. So for their own people, their own stakeholders' interest, they got to take care of it. Of course, then of course, the government is always there to see the norms to be implemented.
Absolutely. Katari sir, you were saying something.
Yeah, I was saying this plantation, whatever drive was very important. Like this, right now I'm camping in US, and when I see the roads and highways and all, you can see both side of the roads at least 250 meters to half a kilometer. Both sides of road, they have created the green belt. And see how much it prevents the erosion of land during heavy monsoon, how much it is retaining the water and the earth water. So such thing we have to adopt the technology, which I think there was also paper was given, and they were saying about our Gadkari Saab has also started a similar thing on the roadside wherever new highways are coming. That is good things which I have to start. We have to adopt those things. So that's and on the food side again, if you see now all these 5-star, 7-star hotels which I was talking, they have so much of water consumption, they have so much of food consumption, so much of food also being wasted. So what is the anybody can put light on that? Where is the control? What is their social responsibilities?
I would like to add something to what Dr. Katrai just said. There are a couple of things probably we need to be aware of. And probably I am maybe repeating myself, but nevertheless, please allow me to do that. First world countries, that we take America as a representation of first world countries. They are doing everything possible to retain and maintain their ecosystem. And we all appreciate that. And it should be appreciated, nothing wrong in it. But what they are doing is to meet their needs, they are devastating other countries. In my presentation, I spoke of 72% of forests of Indonesia have been chopped off. For what? Not to meet Indonesia's demands. They have been chopped off to cater to cosmetic and other luxury needs of first world countries. That is my point, and that needs to be questioned. It is high time. While we are appreciating what they are doing to themselves, but current ecological disaster has been invited by Western lifestyle. Even if they are small in number population, but their impact on the environment is huge. We need to, my appeal is only this. This has to be come into focus and debate. Sorry, I may be sounding too aggressive, but
no, it is absolutely.
Sorry for that.
Absolutely, you're right. Because by seeing these Western countries looks to be very clean and things, but when we saw your data, it was totally very disheartening that these #1 country is having so much of you can say pollution and various other aspects of things. Sir, one question to you, to Prakash ji.
Sir.
Is there any central authority or somebody who is watching like WHO or something on the environmental concern at global level?
Unfortunately, sir, I mean, I'm not an expert, but whatever as I said earlier also, I am only an observer. What I observe is we have linked consumption as with development, consumption with economic well-being. Unless people consume, the economy will come to standstill. That is what we are saying. Consumption is proxy for development, which is true for those countries whose earth equation is less than 1. That cannot be justified in case of those whose land equation, earth equation is more than one. Now, the international order, global order, is controlled by those countries whose footprint is 3 Earths or 5 Earths. So they gloss over this issue. And that's why United Nations also defines development in terms of consumption. How much water per capita you consume, how much energy you consume. So whatever is needed is fine. While you should ask the countries that increase your consumption where the consumption is below acceptable level. In the same breath, we must ask those countries who are consuming more than needed to bring down their consumption. Unless we strike this balance, we are not going to solve this issue. Unfortunately, this thought is, even the thought is not there. Forget about a structure, forget about an authority who drives this. Even the idea is not there, unfortunately. And probably India has the moral right to raise this issue because our Earth footprint is 0.8. If whole world lives like Indians live, 0.8 Earth is good enough. And that gives us the moral authority to ask this question. We have to raise this question.
Yeah.
That is all I can say at this point of time.
Anandji, I have the question is cropping in my mind. Now, all the development, everything, it start with the energy security, country's energy security. Now, I would like to put maybe question to our Dr. Sudesh Sharma if he's present there. Now, on the energy security, I want to know because our hydro, then coal energy, thermal energy, then fossil energy, generation of electricity and all. So that is creating a lot of pollution. Now, any Sharmaji can put anything, whatever the nuclear, if you use the nuclear and unconventional energy like solar or wind power, how is going to help us? Yeah, Professor Sharma. Is there? Yeah, Anandji, you can put this question forward, please.
Yeah. Dr. Vijay, I think, do you want to say something, sir? Okay.
Can I add it here, please?
Yeah, please.
As far as port is concerned, I can add a couple of points which have been taken from the fossil fuel to fossil fuel to actually the renewable energy. Number one, we have in fact all the ports have been taking initiative in terms of wind and the solar, and that has made it virtual compulsory. At least certain percentage of it, the consumption, which is the huge consumption out there for the port, is made out of the conventional, instead of conventional, make it renewable energy. For example, wind, solar, and of course hydrogen, ammonia, all these things. In fact, so there I think a lot of effort has been taken, and then some of the part has already been implemented. Like wind, we have in about 13 megawatt of solar, and we what you call a hybrid model we already implemented there, where we could also not only using for own consumption for the port and port related activities within the smart port industry, we also started extending into outside the port only. So that is one thing which has been changes in that thing, and same thing has been tried out for the other port also. So huge opportunity lying, because basically when you talk about ammonia and hydrogen, electrolysis have been made, with that, and there are huge possibilities where we can get into green energy. I think even Prime Minister also been vouching for it strongly. And by 2050, it has to be made everything green. Though possible import, that is big, but at least initially we are talking about 270. Now I'm talking about 2050. So I think that direction, a lot of initiative has been taken. Pressure is on, and when the pressure start coming, mostly comes from the government sector first, because they are the pioneers who have not the profit oriented, but they call it a corporate social responsibility. So we drive it, and we hope we drive it well with the government support. So that's just a point I thought I should add. Of course, Mr. Prakash and others have been adding very well right regarding.
Yeah. Yeah, Prakashji, do you want to add something?
Good evening.
Yeah.
Dr.
Leave for
Vijay,
you. I am traveling.
saying
If
something.
fine, I can take leave of you and
Yeah.
thank you very much once again, Mr. Kateria and Anand and all the wonderful time I had. So I wind up anything you can put me across. I'm very happy once again. Thanks for giving me opportunity. Being a portman, I am always blessed. Though it was out of context for me, very honestly, when I was given offer by there, I was thinking I'm a portman, I'm an industrial man, I'm a business development. What I'm going to do environment. But I'm very happy. Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you. And because I'm traveling, so I've taken the call actually.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Sir, I want to suggest one thing that we are all panelized, we are on panel. We should request government that if there is factories there, they should.
Yes, yes.
They should do recycling of the water, and they should have policy. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Yeah, they should recycle the water. Those water is they can utilize, they can use for gardening and for environment. They can use.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because there is lot of, I have seen lot of water wastage at airport, various airport, and in various factories for gardening and all. They can use all that basin water or routine water. They can recycle just like Tata. They can use. They should have make agenda along with their vendors that they will minimally they will recycle the paper, minimum use of papers. Just like I am forwarding quote, I have make one single paper quotation there. Because
we have discussed yesterday this, Dr. Vijay, we have discussed this at length, and this particular thing Mr. Manish Puranik has taken very well with the panelists, and your suggestion is well taken. And definitely these are the key issues. Water, all depletion of natural resources which are directly affecting the environment has to be taken care. You are very well saying.
Even in hotel industry,
yes,
they should independent in hotel industries and major societies. Those who have population more than 1,000, they should separate their that their dry and wet kachra, and they should recycle it, and they should utilize for their gardening only, just like water. It should be made mandatory, just like solar things are made mandatory by government to various builders. They should make such thing that all tap out, all basin water should be circulated in one, and they should reuse it. It is also in good way.
Yeah, sir, may Anandpal ji give me 30 seconds. I'll try to respond to Dr. Kataria because I was muted. Because वो बड़ा important उन्होंने एक point raise किया था about this, because 50% of our greenhouse gas emissions are from the energy sector, 50%. So if that 50% is tackled, if that 50% greenhouse gas emission is tackled properly, we'll be doing a great favor to the environment. And like any other technocrat, I will not be favoring any particular source of energy, but as of now, the future seems to be in three sources, sir. Number one, of course, is renewable. Number two is nuclear, and number three, which is going to be the ultimate source. There is no option. I think even renewables will have a limit and nuclear will have a limit, but hydrogen is the source of the future. And interestingly enough, I think our participants should be glad to know that there is a lot of work going on in hydrogen, and eventually maybe 50 to 100 years down the line, we will see a time when we have no fossil, perhaps no nuclear. The world will be actually, dotted by renewable and hydrogen. The problem with hydrogen as of now is that hydrogen needs a lot of carbon footprint to produce itself. If you have to manufacture hydrogen, you need a lot of consumption of energy. Now companies are working on green hydrogen generation, and once that is through, I think ultimately we will have green hydrogen as the source. And this is my response to Dr. Kataria's query. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sudesh Sharmaji. Thank you very much, and it was very good insight. I'll just I request Sushma to again restart this recap counter, because now I have only 40 seconds. I need 5 minutes to recap the
Yes, sir.
session. Okay. First of all, it was a wonderful session. All these 3 days, we have really had a lot of inputs with regard to environmental concerns. And today, it was a very eye-opening session of 5 minutes by Master Siddharth, who was the youngest speaker chosen in a very unique, and he has taken a very unique and very important topic, that is trees outside forest, and to expand the trees cover. And he has triggered us to know and to think and growing trees outside forest. So this was again, and he has discussed, although their policies are well in place, but then also it is not being taken care. I would like to appraise the forum that incentives implementation in the 6 states of Gujarat, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Odisha, Punjab, and Telangana to identify enabling conditions that can spur tree outside forest expansion, as well as the barriers that obstructs implementations. We all thank Master Siddharth, our youngest speakers, to share his views, and we congratulate him for second position and award with the medal in Dr. Homi Bhabha Bal Vigyanik competitions. Thanks, Master Siddharth. Another speaker, Mr. S. Sitarasu, is a Chief Business Development Officer in Deen Dayal Port Authority, Kandla, and he has chosen a topic, Make in India, which is very touching subject, and he has given the importance of marketing and explained the 8 prime point to Make in India, how these are assisting and these are affecting the environmental conditions and concerns, and also shown what all the involvements of ports in economic development, and also discuss the India's strength of production and consumption, and as a global power in India in Make in India. Mr. Gauri, we were having a lot of questions for Mr. Gauri, but he has, I think, left in between. But he has wonderfully covered that the subject which he has taken. Hydrocarbons are compounds made up of carbon and hydrogen. Hydrocarbon pollutions has far-reaching implications for both terrestrial and aquatic ecosystem, as well as in the atmosphere. It has been a problem ever since the use of fossil fuel began. The extraordinary increase of populations and also industrial development in both developing and developed countries during the last century have increased the threat of extensive pollutions in the environment. Dr. Gauri has explained very crisply and effectively how to reduce the contamination through bioremediation, and is an eco-friendly and economic method too, to remove the petroleum pollutants from soil using equipment like thermal oxidizer and SVE systems, etc. And he has also claimed that he has achieved more than 90% reduction in both soil and groundwater within 5 years. Thank you so much, Mr. Gauri, for such a wonderful and knowledgeable, worthy presentation. Professor Prakash Sahasrabudhe from Vishwa Adhyan Kendra educated the viewer, and we are so lucky to listen him. A very important subject, way beyond prevention. He is an aeronautical engineer from the aeronautical background, and he knows the zero defect, he knows the prevention, and that is what he wanting to promote and educate people. He shared his sincere view on evil's sinister alignment of consumption, colonization, deforestation, and it makes sense and proved with the data. Also explained a very important factor, Earth Overshoot Day. Importance of mindset to protect the earth by controlling the consumption and possession. We wholeheartedly thank Professor Prakash Sahasrabudhe for sparing his valuable time and educate us on a very important topic, way beyond prevention, which is a key to success in our life. Dr. Vijay Bade has enlightened us that the biomedical waste management is a phenomenal impact because biomedical waste can harmfully affect health, leading to serious implication to the people who get in touch with it. Segregation, storage, and safe disposal of the waste is very crucial to the effective management of biomedical waste in workplace. In 1 year, India generate more than 56,000 ton of biomedical waste. So we can understand how important the biomedical waste topic is. And Dr. Vijay Bade has effectively explained us the significance, including management of biomedical waste. Thank you, Dr. Vijay. And सूरज भाई जी ने जो हमें ज्ञान की बातें जो की और जो स्पिरिचुअलिटी के साथ हमारे को कनेक्ट करने की कोशिश की, वो एक बहुत ही गहन बात है, उसको हमें समझना चाहिए और उससे हमें ये सारी चीजों को कनेक्ट करने में बहुत सहायता मिलेगी, क्योंकि उन्होंने सही बोला था कि शांत मन, शांत प्रकृति और शांत चित्त के साथ में अगर हम कोई भी काम करेंगे, हम जरूर अपने कार्य में सफल होंगे। और मैं इस में आधा सेकंड और लूंगा कि ये जो इनिशिएटिव हमारा आईसीएस और सद्गुण संघ का जो इनिशिएटिव है एनवायरमेंटल कंसर्न में, जितने भी लोग हमसे जुड़े और जिन्होंने हमसे कुछ जानने की कोशिश की और हम बता पाए, उसके लिए हम बहुत आभारी हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच एंड ओवर टू सुषमा।
Thank you, Mr. Anand Pansing, for the day's recap and summarizing. Now we start with the quiz session. Now we start with the quiz session. This screen shows a demo quiz. In this, 4 questions will be asked, each having 4 options. You need to answer as shown below. The first 3 correct answers received in the chat box of the administrator shall get ₹500 each. 1 minute time is given. So here we go. The first question is, which of the following is renewable source of energy? A, atomic power, B, hydroelectric power, C, natural gas, D, thermal power. Second question, most polluted river in India 2021? A, Ganga, B, Yamuna, C, Godavari, D, Corve. Third question is, which of the following is not a pollution reducing device? Scrubbers, dust collectors, chimney. And the last question is, only about -% of Earth's water is fresh water. 2, 3, 4, 5. The time is over. The correct answers are first B, second B, third C, fourth B. The winners shall be contacted by the administrator. Winners of Day 2 quiz competition are first, Mr. Nirav Rathod, second, Ms. Neetu Pandey, and third, Mr. Kishore Kumar. Please contact the below. Winners for today's slogan competition are first, Mr. Kiran Jadhav, second, Mr. Manish Purane, third, Ms. Rajeshi Patil. Gratitude is not in the words, but in the heart which expresses it. I would now like to call upon Mr. Sumit Kataria to present vote of thanks. Let me introduce to Mr. Sumit Kataria. He is a country manager for International Certification Services Private Limited, BE Mechanical, DFM Diploma in Financial Management, Advanced Diploma in Industrial Safety. Area of specialization is into onshore and offshore fabrication, three-plate constructions, PEB signatures, construction of retail outlets, LPG bottling plants, and POL depots, certification and inspection services, and also cathodic protection services. Sir, over to you.
Thank you so much, Sushma, for that elaborate introduction.
Thank you, sir.
Is my screen on full screen mode and am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Sushma, and thank you everyone. A very, very, very good evening to one and all present here. Events like the Paryavartan that are dedicated to Paryavartan in the Paryavaran are being done in this era. And in this era, when I mean they're being done virtually. It's a boon. Just imagine that we all at different locations on the globe, at different time zones, are able to connect with each other at our own convenience, as we are and where we are, at our own convenience. To put this to context, we all saved a lot of carbon footprint by, if we count the smallest version, would be that we saved a lot of carbon footprint in traveling alone. To put this in context, gratitude is not in words, but in the heart which expresses it. And there is another saying which goes that silent gratitude isn't of much use to anyone, which Stern said. On this note, I, Sumit Kataria, Country Manager, International Certification Services Private Limited, would like to take this opportunity to extend my deepest and humblest thanks to each and everyone present here and to those who contributed in making this event happen. I would like to mention a deep sense of appreciation and gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Indumati M. Nambi, for removing time out and helping us inaugurate and being chief guest for our session. A big thanks goes out to our speaker, a special mention of Master Siddhant Kukunuru. He's been the youngest to speak on Paryavartan till date. A very powerful lecture that he gave. Plus, it was very heartwarming to see that the young minds are already sensitized and Mother Earth is now in the able hands of the future generation like Master Sutta. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the environmental keynote speakers, BK Suraj Bhaiji for day 3, Vinay Deodhar for day 2, and Richard Bright for day 1. For providing us with an excellent coverage on their respective fields of expertise and enriching our minds with immense knowledge. And our paper presenters, Shri BVS Shekhar, Shri SK Malhotra, GR Srinivasan, which were there on day 1. The day 2 was Anup Nautiyalji, Mr. Professor Vinay Page, Shashivardhan Pandeji, Dr. Sakshi Jain, Sitara Suji, Vijay Badeji, Gauri Kotha Sahab. I would like to also mention that they, with their professionalism, provided us with a much aptitude and competence. And I am certain that each one of us has a sack full of knowledge to take back home each day. A big applaud for the panel discussion anchors who made the discussions more meaningful. Anandji, Manishji, Sudeshji, and Dr. Sundar Kataria. A big thank you to our exhibitors. A big thank you to our exhibitors for displaying their products and organizations here. A big thank you to the conference organizers, Sadgun Sangh, under the aegis of Sundar Jesaram Kataria Foundation and International Certification Services Private Limited, who are doing their bit to create the much required awareness in the environmental sensitization. An extended and humble thank you to Dr. Sundar Kataria, who has provided us with a vision to build and conceptualize Paryavartan and help us mold this event year after year. I'm obliged to have delegates and students who have supported us and shown keen interest throughout these 3 days and made this conference a great success. No one is as smart as all of us put together. And I am very fortunate to be backed by a hardworking and a motivated and dedicated team of members at International Certification Services who have kept the wheels rolling for this event much in advance and have worked tirelessly to keep this event in its place. The entire software webcast, the PR, the comparing, the scripting, writing has been done internally by the much dedicated team at ICS. We have been very fortunate and privileged to have each one of you help contribute in this event. The openings and recaps, the work group who is the pillar to the entire molding of the World Environment Day. These ladies and gentlemen are the members who put in their hard work to achieve this session and present it to you this very day. The work group who's the pillar force behind it, the anchors who beautifully conducted the sessions seamlessly, the advertisement and the publication team, the IT team, the awards evaluation team, and the anchor for this entire event, whoever smilingly coordinated single-handedly the entire event. For the record, Paryavartan logged in 25 exhibitors. Registered delegates went up to 1,500. Students registered was 750. Visitors in a single day average were 280. Visitors per day 450 with a stable count of 280 plus. Thank you to anyone who I would have forgotten. A big thank you to all our well-wishers and supporters who constantly supported us. We hope to see you soon in many more events like this. My heartful gratitude to each one. Lastly, I would like to thank the Almighty for always showering His choicest blessings upon us. Thank you and have a great day ahead and wish all of you a very, very happy Environment Day. Over to you, Sushma. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request all the participants to please on their camera so that we can have a group pic. After this, we can have a closing session. Requesting everyone to please on your camera. Just wait for a few seconds. Many of them has not put on their cameras. Requesting you all to please put on the camera. Thank you, everyone. Now we will have a closing session. Thank you so much.
काला काला आसमां है, बादल भी मैला है, घुटता है दम यहाँ जो धुआं धुआं फैला है।
काला काला आसमां है, बादल भी मैला है, घुटता है दम यहाँ जो धुआं धुआं फैला है। चलाता है, मौत का काला बादल आसमां में छाता है, धुआं फैला के तू खुशियां मनाता है, फसलें कटी खेतों में आग क्यों लगाता है? चल हवा आने दे, जरा हवा आने दे।
पैदा होती हरे हरे ट्री में, कुदरत देती हवा हवा फ्री में, हमको उसका मोल नहीं है जो भी हमें मिले इसी में।
मत घूम तू ऐसे हरी में, हवाओं को दे जगहवारी में, ऐसा ना हो जिंदगी खो जाए अपनी बेकार के इस हड़बड़ी में। चल हवा आने दे, जरा हवा आने दे, थोड़ी हवा आने दे, ताज़ी हवा आने दे, थोड़ी हवा आने दे, ताज़ी हवा आने दे।
चिड़ियों को पंछियों को आसमां में आने दे, नए नए पेड़ों पे उन्हें घोंसले बनाने दे।
ट्रैफिक में अटकी सांसों को घर उनके जाने दे, जहर की मौत ना दे अब तो जीने के बहाने दे। थोड़ी हवा आने दे, ताज़ी हवा आने दे, थोड़ी हवा आने दे, ताज़ी हवा आने दे, थोड़ी हवा आने दे, ताज़ी हवा आने दे।
चल हवा आने दे।
भाई चालू सर मेरा क्या माइक चालू
प्रकाश सर
जी,
thank you so much sir, appreciate your session sir.
thank you sir, thank you very much.
Thank you Sudesh ji.
Okay sir, I take your leave.
Okay sir, thank you so much sir.
Good night to everyone.
Night.